Eesh, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think it's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
poli-sci, political science,
poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice? It's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles and what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed. Hashtag do the right thing.
it can't be. Wait, what in the name? Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a super perspective. Come on in if you're late. Real men, rivers also ladies, you know for sure it's safe. So join in for a smoke if you can't relate. If you super, you can bring your cape. It's all about standing 10 toes. About the ladies, not the hoes. It's about giving game back to the bros, so we can make sure the community grows. Super ham, super Sean, and super short. Just man point of views and news with no facade. If you never had powers, then you might think it's odd. Seeing brothers saving the day and we on the job, fighting off haters and villains from everywhere. Probably hit his chick and she said I never cared. From lames to incels, red pill, come pull up a chair. It's not a perspective, we not like the rest, but you already knew it's a super perspective. Different outlooks on the stats and news. It's a super perspective, we're just super niggas doing what super niggas do. Oh my God, it can't be. Wait, what in the name? Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a super perspective. Come on in if you're late. Real men, rivers also ladies, you know for sure it's safe. So join in for a smoke if you can't relate. If you super, you can bring your cape. It's all about standing 10 toes. About the ladies, not the hoes. It's about giving game back to the bros, so we can make sure the community grows. Super ham, super Sean, and super short. Just man point of views and news with no facade. If you never had powers, then you might think it's odd. Seeing brothers saving the day and we on the job, fighting off haters and villains from everywhere. Probably hit his chick and she said I never cared. From lames to incels, red pill, come pull up a chair. It's not a perspective, we not like the rest, but you already knew it's a super perspective. Different outlooks on the stats and news. It's a super perspective, we're just super niggas doing what super niggas do. Oh my God, it can't be. Wait, what in the name? Look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a super perspective. Come on in if you're late. Real men, rivers also ladies, you know for sure it's safe. So join in for a smoke if you can't relate. If you super, you can bring your cape. It's all about standing 10 toes. About the ladies, not the hoes. It's about giving game back to the bros, so we can make sure.
Yeah, now that's how you kill somebody, my brother. You get right up on the motherfucker and bang out from his brain all over the sidewalk in broad day.
Saving the day and we on the job, fighting off haters and villains from everywhere. Probably hit his chick and she said I never.
Good morning. Happy Mardi Gras, everybody. Where's Hampton? Got an interesting topic today, huh? This Hamp pulling my comments out the chat. Being petty. Good morning. Fish and Fit. E-Dog. D Majesty. Deucey. William. Vet Life. Jay. Imperial. JT. Sod. Miss Peach. Riri. Nightbot doing what he's supposed to be doing. Audie. Empress. Nightbot again. Oh. Rock Solid in the building.
Yo, you're not gonna say hi to nobody?
I did. I said hi to a bunch of people. Y'all can't hear me?
Yeah. Yo, Lee was popping. Was good. GA in the building. Knowledge. Good morning. Trevor was good. I ain't seen you in a couple of days.
Trevor.
Bro. Reese was good. Call me Queen T in the building. There he is.
Oh, that's Queen T?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they names, you know. But they used to have, I guess they put it to just the at names now. It used to go like screen name, then at name. Now it's just the at name. So a few
might switch back.
I don't know. It's been like this for probably like 4 months now. Miss Jilly, what up? Jay Miller in the building. I'm kind of used to it, man.
Miss Jilly.
Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Are you playing music?
The stamp.
You just said that.
Yup. Huh?
Are you supposed to be playing music?
No.
Okay.
I played a drop. TJ, this is a real thing. DJ Smoke, what up? Salute.
It might be.
Was goody. Huh? That's a fact. I just played that shit too. Missy was popping. Rel, what up though?
Tuesday. Chick-fil-A closed. Yeah, it was fine. Every holiday they closed.
Cali was good. I gotta get a haircut today. Right, Shaw was popping. So the Chanel in the building, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Salute. Let's get it popping, man. I'm feeling good. Hope everybody hit the like button, man. Donate, salute to the channel. Relly in the building. Risky Midday. We are here.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way! Talking about.
Rel, did you see this yesterday?
No.
When we covered this, did you get here? You got here late yesterday.
Yeah, I wake up at like 1.
This pastor essentially got arrested for inappropriately touching his godson or something. So then after he got out and a restraining order got off him, they did a sit down with the brother, the godson, him, and the mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they got the son sitting there. His eyebrows is arched and all types of shit. He 15, but he looked 12. Like his development has been halted. And so he's sitting there leaning on the boy, talking about how the boy got in trouble at school for touching people inappropriately, like how he alleged against him. And just all this type of shit. So the boy is apologizing. It looks crazy. You know? This pastor, he takes a picture with the boys with his legs crossed, with ankle boots on, no socks, high water pants. The boys is like holding his hands. Then another picture, the boy got his head on his shoulder. The shit looked crazy, right? Now you know how they find clips and they'll repurpose them. So I don't know if this is before, during, or after these allegations because he literally got arrested for it. But
and they gave the child back to him.
Well, so he doesn't live with them. I don't know if I thought he was with the mom, but they live in 2 different houses. I think he's like the godfather, but he's a close proximity godfather. Like one of the sons was calling him uncle. The son that did the accusation was calling him dad. But it's weird. The mom looked guilty. It just looked crazy, right? Put in one in the chat if I'm conveying this well to Rel since she didn't see it. It looked this shit was sick. But then listen to this clip, man. Then I'll remind you, he'd been arrested for inappropriately touching the boy. He had a restraining or stay away order. It was lifted, and then they did this sit down, saying that the boy said he was lying. They were saying the boy was lying. They say he just said it because he was acting out and etc. Aaron said the boy looked like a shell of himself. The boy facial expression didn't change not one time in the 10 minutes they were sitting there with him, you know? But he was saying how bad the boy was. His mom was saying it too, all types of shit, you know? But then I saw this clip this morning. I don't know if somebody sent it to me or what.
Navy blue wearing pants boy, glory to God's name, he just falls. He's so deep in love with Apostle McNutt. Oh, we have a great understanding. Our relationship has formed to there's a greater intimacy here. I mean, he literally tells his mother every time they see me, you ain't hugging Apostle, I am. And he keeps her away from me. Get back. He just wants to hug me, and he's telling the truth. Glory to God's name. But then here it is. Glory to God's name. My life is prophetic, precious. And I'll forever be positioned with God prophetically to love you and all of you. I just want y'all to love me like he wants you to love me too, though. And some of you don't.
So, looks like there's an update. Salute to Jay. He said the boy was removed from the home and away from TD McNutt this morning. And I don't even, now that I listen to it again, I don't even know if he's talking about that exact boy, but he's talking about some boy. There's an intimate connection. I don't know. It's just very weird verbiage. And this shit is like a epidemic with the churches, honestly.
How many times they got to stop happening?
I don't know, man. And you think it's just like the Catholics, right? You know, the priest been put on the Summer Jam screen a bunch of times.
Yeah, you know, I told you that. If you go to the Catholic churches in New Orleans, at the bottom they have a hotline.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the hotline, yeah. That shit crazy, man. Like, I don't know. I just wanted to show this because we covered it yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So this was like something I saw this morning, but Jay said he was removed. Oh yeah, yesterday, right? While he's talking about the boy that he said touched him, and he's sitting there with him, he's like this. He's talking about how bad his behavior was, and he's like, he's handsome as all get out. We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? What does that have to do with him being in trouble? just very.
It get weird. Salt was telling me about it. I think I seen one where they was in a bed for his birthday.
Yeah, and like touching him between his legs. You saw that shit, right? Damn.
He was in his underwear.
Yeah.
Like, but he was so scared he peed on himself. Now, when the last time you tickled your kids and they peed on themselves? That's like a trauma response.
Yeah, real shit. Now, you could be tickled in the peeing, like, but he didn't get tickled for real. They just touched him. Like he wasn't even. You ever, like your brother ever do the where they get you under your ribs and dig so it like tickles and hurt at the same time? Like that one might get you, you know, but they barely even touched the boy. Nah.
Me either.
But, yeah.
You made people pee on themselves?
I think maybe my brother Charles. Because you be digging, so they be trying not to cry and laugh at the same time, you know? But him putting his hands between his legs, just some weird shit, man. So we got to put an end to this shit for sure, man. It ain't just a priest. Rel, go sit your ass down somewhere.
I'm trying to send the kid to the parade.
Let's send them. Open the door and say, go down the stairs. You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
Are you going to the parade?
No, the parade gonna be over by the time we get out here. I ain't going to no parades.
Get this nigga on normal nerd.
It's a parade in the living room.
So, I don't know.
What the fuck did nerd just say?
I just wanted to open up with that. You know what I'm saying? Because we covered it yesterday, so it's only right, man. You know, now. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button.
Walk with me.
So I saw y'all niggas in the chat on Friday saying Menimist, Menimism, Menimism.
It's my new movement.
And it caught my attention. What were you trying to convey?
Okay,
What does it all mean?
So I've been drawing correlations.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm a thinker. I think about stuff. So
Allegedly.
when the men be on the panel talking,
Mm-hmm.
they just sound like male feminists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they're in a moment in time where they're suffering through not being appreciated by women.
Mm-hmm.
And they want like justice for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is their fight for equality, right?
Mm-hmm.
So another thing is, remember we were talking about the pick-me thing last Tuesday, right?
Yep.
So pick-me's and mammies, because I don't like the way they convoluted, like just because a woman want to be with a man don't make her a pick-me, right?
Okay. Yes.
Pick-me's are female misogynists. That's the issue, right? If you're a female and you're misogynistic, because females can be misogynistic.
Okay.
It shows up as a pick-me or a mammy. And pick-me for the single ones, mammy for the married ones. But you're a female misogynist.
Time out. A pick-me has extreme hate for women.
Yeah.
And a mammy the same.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not even like, but it's not gonna come off as it comes off as hate. Like
what?
Motherfuckers just be shitting on bitches for the glorification of men, for real. If you shit on women for the glorification of men, you are a female misogynist, and that could be attributed to you being a pick-me or a mammy. Those are the insults that will come first.
Hold on, bro. Go slower.
Okay.
I know you're excited from the parade. So what?
You want some Jerry Bees? You want some king cake?
No, I'm good. So, okay, a pick-me and mammy show extreme hate for women. They shit on women for the exaltation of men. What does that even look like?
Like I talked to Chat GPT about this, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I asked, can women be misogynistic? Right? This is the prompt.
Yes.
And they said yes, and it can show up like this: judging other women more harshly than men, right? So people that always have a hard stance on what women do, right? But when it comes to men can do no wrong. They don't acknowledge anything that men do wrong for real. It's only time to acknowledge it when it's women. Thinking women are too emotional, too dramatic, or bad leaders. These are the women who don't think that women should be in power. They're okay with the rights we got from feminism going away. Everything that makes us women, like people will try to bully you out of being emotional when that's a woman thing, right? So looking down on women who are sexual or who are modest, right? Because it's a double fold. They don't like hoes, but they also don't like girls that don't want to have sex. Well, we gonna end up just being gay, right? As long as when you're not in submission to a man, you're a bad woman. They don't think that your identity should be anything outside of your husband, right?
Uh-huh.
Then believing male approval matters more than the female solidarity, right? So you will actually go against your group, which we understand that your group is going to support you like no other. That's your core. So the same way Trump is like, I'm not going to denounce white supremacy. Why the fuck would I do? Why would I denounce my core audience? No, right? But women who would denounce women for the approval of men, right? And then, which men would never do.
Hates women?
Huh?
Does that mean she hates women or is tired of the behavior?
She's a misogynist. Saying I'm not like other women as a badge of honor. Right.
All right, hold on. Now how many boxes does she have to check to qualify as a misogynist?
A few of them. Blaming women.
Because you checked the last box, 3. Right? All right, because you checked that last box.
Well, I'm not like other women?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Oh, I have women think I'm misogynistic.
No.
I get called a mammy sometimes.
Not misogynistic, a misogynist.
Yeah. No, misogynistic.
Yeah,
You're talking about
misogynistic.
misandry.
No.
And most people in my life don't
Listen
know
what
how
I'm
to
saying.
think of
Like,
men.
so misogynistic is like, oh, your statement was misogynistic.
Mhm.
But then they would be like, is Sherelle a misogynist? Most people like, no. You see what I'm saying? So there can be a component of what you said that could be characterized as misogynistic, but they won't encapsulate you as being just a misogynist.
Oh,
You see what I'm
okay.
saying? Yeah.
And then blaming women for how men treat them. She should have known better. This is why the slut box comes, right? Because women can get assaulted, but how are you dressed, right? As if the way I'm dressed is an invitation for somebody to violate my human rights, right? So just within that, yeah. And I be having to check my thing because, like I said, the majority of us are we born into a patriarchal system in a male-dominated world. So the majority of us are dealing with male-centeredness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a wave of trying to decenter men. So, of course, we all have to fix the programming and thinking. That's why I'm trying to understand hoes more. Because I'm like, maybe I just because the whole life for me, maybe it's natural for them to be hoes because they can't stop. You see what I'm saying? And I thought it would be easy to stop. I thought women love fuck niggas because they love them. That's what I believed growing up. That was my ideology, right? That we love men, and that's why we have sex with them or whatever. But no, really, people just like sex.
Okay. Well,
So it's a deprogramming that I have to go through too. So yeah, I'm gonna hit some of these marks, right? I think the majority of women will, but if you hit too many of them in one conversation, people gonna be like, "This bitch, pick me, man me," right?
Now, is it well? This is what I hear when people are getting called it. People are getting called pick me and mammy. They're not naming themselves that, and it's oftentimes when they simply tell the truth about a given situation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody calls themselves misogynistic, right? I don't think men who hate women, men wear shirts that say, "If it bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die, don't trust it," right? But he wouldn't consider himself a misogynist, right?
Okay.
So nobody's gonna call him that. It's the signs that people pick up and then people put that label on you. But this is why people are putting the labels on you, is because you have a misogynistic view on women.
Okay, but when you use the pick me and mammy, like I heard, like if I use Lady Di, she's been called that a million times because she'll just call out bullshit behavior.
She's male aligned. You don't think that she's male aligned?
I think that for the sake of the conversation, I'll answer the question. Yes, men agree with most of her points. So if that's the determination, then she would be male aligned for the sake of the conversation. But I think that I think she believes what she's saying. She ain't just saying it just to say it.
No, and most women feel like I'm male aligned when I talk. The only way the reason why I don't get the names as much is because I'm an equal opportunist. When it's time to talk about men, I'm not going to pretend like they're innocent in the behaviors that they do. I'm not going to be obtuse to men doing wrong, right? I'm not going to be on 10 when it's time to correct women, but on 2 when it's time to correct men or call out what men do. And then I'm mute. So when you're loud when it's time to point out what women are, but you're quiet when it's time to acknowledge what men do, it seems like your correction of women come from a very disingenuous place. And like I said, if we're in the middle of a war, you want the women to put the guns down. When the women know, as soon as we put the guns down, they're going to shoot us.
Okay, so all right, so how do we get
Which
to
I
the
understand, Lady Di, because most women who sit around, like, remember I told you, if you're a woman and all you do is be around good men, the place in your mind that you walk through life is that bitch ass niggas don't exist because you don't put yourself around them, right? So when you're thinking of men, when Lady Di thinks of men, this is what it is. She thinks of her husband. She thinks of James. She thinks of a man that loves her and protects her and is good to her. That's her idea of men. So her first, she's never gonna go to bad men because she has good men in her life. But just because she has good men in her life doesn't mean bad men don't exist. So the women that are out here dealing with the bad men on a consistent basis, their motorcycle window is, where are the good men? Because they don't have them.
But why do they get to call her a misogynist though?
because she's displaying that, and you got to get to know her, right? Because a lot of women warm up to Lady Di because she can be like very, when she first comes and you hear her talking points, you may think like, okay,
no, I understand, but she's just an example. All I'm saying is, why do the people who have bad experiences get to be the authority on who's a misogynist or not? And I'm telling you, the majority of people with bad experiences are culpable. They are complicit in those experiences. The majority of people, they are culpable in the things that they receive. I say 90% of bad experience I got is because I was making decisions to get me there.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come out of an experience, I'm not pointing my fingers at the judge. I put myself there some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no, so let's take it from here. This is where women are coming from, and this is where I come from too, where I don't feel like blaming people for being good and being trusted and being betrayed. I feel like the onus is on a betrayal, but once people know you, you have to move accordingly, and that's where I start to blame women if it's a pattern. But I also do give them grace because I understand being able to break away from somebody that you're emotionally attached to as a woman is somehow rocket science still. Hopefully we get there one day. Okay, so I don't know. You talked about the okay.
Slow this down though, right? So here's the thing. Promiscuity. We had the whole conversation, right? Just take this walk with me for a second. We had this whole conversation, promiscuity, rampant, right? We know. So then you're a promiscuous person, and then you call yourself trying to connect to a person seriously, but there are residual effects from your promiscuity, you know? And then you have these codependent attachments because of your behavior, right? With the whole soul ties and mixing blood with people and fluids, right? Think about it.
All right.
Men ejaculating in you, all that, you know? Even like having sex with multiple women. I'm trying to encompass it all, right? Now your woman got to do the things that all the other 100 women did before her. You see? So you're creating disconnects with your behavior. But then somehow I come out of a failed relationship because I'm codependent as opposed to interdependent because all the trauma that I brought on myself. And then I start blaming other people because my relationships turned out poorly. It doesn't make sense to do. I'm done.
Okay. Because you take pregnant pauses. Somebody will say something, you be like, oh, I'm still talking. Okay, 5 minutes passed.
But you still understand though, right? So they come just being promiscuous, then you get to a point, right, where you want something to be serious, you know? But there's a whole lot of residual effects from our past behavior. And then because that situation dissolves negatively, I'm pointing fingers still. Nah, it gotta be.
I don't think that they believe that promiscuity is an issue, right? And this is me dissecting.
If you want to have a relationship after, though, you see?
No, but this is what I'm saying. I've never been promiscuous. I can guarantee you that any man that's left me has went to a woman with a higher body count.
Okay.
I can guarantee you that, right?
Okay.
So once I understand that doesn't matter. Body count matters to you. When I tell women body count matters, it matters to them. It doesn't matter to me, right? So when we see the promiscuous women obtain men, obtain marriages, and we can look at the wives, we come to the conclusion, you hold yourself into wifehood. It's not a lot of virgins getting married. It's a lot of hoes getting married.
There's not a lot of virgins, really.
That's what I'm saying. So it's not a lot, but they're born virgins. So it is.
Indeed.
You understand what I'm saying? So
initially,
because they're born virgins, they're not waiting until marriage to have sex. They're having a lot of sex with a lot of different people, and then they're getting married when that's what they want.
Indeed.
Right?
And now, wait, finish the sentence, right? I'm not trying to derail your point. We're failing at phenomenal rates, you see?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point. And then those people that are failing have the audacity to be blaming somebody else.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying I can recognize why they don't recognize that, because you understand that the vast majority of women will have to hold their way into a relationship. Majority of men are not going to marry you without having sex with you first.
I think the reason why I can't concede that point is because there is not a big enough sample size to prove that.
What? That wives are hoes?
No, that virgins aren't, men don't want to marry virgins because there's essentially no virgins to marry. You see,
they're virgins. Like if you, all you have to do is go into these abstinent communities, right? There's one I follow on Instagram. There's women who've been there. There's a woman that she just celebrated 38 years of abstinence. She
no,
never
I'm not saying there are none, right? The fellas know one right now. Fellas, give me the ball player who was a virgin that we all knew growing up. Let's see how long they take to get it. And you know, we're ahead of them, so they got a little bit of delay when I asked the question.
A ball player?
Yeah, they'll know, especially because if they are my age. What's his name, fellas? AC. We know AC Green.
I can't say the comment. I can't see the comment.
Oh yeah, we know AC Green. So look, hold on, I'll show you.
Okay. So who AC Green is? It's a boy?
Nah, yeah. So he played for the look, bro. They all know, right? Because he's an outlier. And you see, all I said was ball player. It could have been football, basketball, anything. He played for from what I can remember, the Lakers. Mm-hmm. But AC Green was a virgin, you know? We know him, right? And he's an extreme outlier. He proves the point. So I'm not saying that there aren't subsets. I'm acknowledging that. But the overwhelming majority aren't virgins. So I'm simply saying we can't prove that with that statement because there's not enough virgins to see if men would actually accept a virgin over a woman who's been promiscuous.
Yeah, I believe that we knew it because the majority of men say they don't want virgins, right?
Ooh.
And I also believe.
Do they say that?
Yeah. The vast majority of people say they don't want virgins. And I was a virgin well past college.
Let's poll it.
Virgins are not in the market. Come on, I'm saying it. You poll it, they gonna vote against me. I'm telling you what they say. You see what I'm saying?
I think the majority of men want virgins, bro.
I don't.
Yes, 100%. Like I think, it's something about chastity.
Because I'm telling you, like I go through the world as a chaste woman. I go through the world. I didn't break my virginity until I was 21. I go through the world. This is my experience. I'm telling you that is not what men want. It's not. They don't.
I don't know. I just.
And this is what I'm saying. If they really wanted it, men would never break a woman's virginity with no intention to marry her.
Oh no. That those two things aren't mutually exclusive.
I think so.
He wants the virgin for the woman that he wants to marry, right? Now there's a point where it is a level of irresponsibility that, hey, I don't want her, so I'm gonna smash her. Fuck it. You know, so there's a selfish level there for sure. But the woman that he's tying himself to for the rest of his life, he would want her to be a virgin. If he could make that happen.
Yeah, I think that's unrealistic.
I think it's unreal. Hold on, real quick. It's unrealistic. That's why we don't require it.
Mm-hmm.
But if we could control it, we would have her be a virgin.
Let me tell you what the equivalence is. It's like women wanting a rich man after they had a bunch of other people's kids, and they want the rich man to marry them, and then they don't want to have kids for him.
Say it again. My bad.
So there's women have a bunch of kids for other men, right? So if I got a couple of kids already by different men, those women are more inclined to not give their husband a kid. So they want a man to come and take care of them, right? When they get to the end, when they get to the mature level of I want marriage, they want to get married to a man, but they don't want to give that man kids. And we've seen a lot of examples of that to where women are not willing to give their husband kids, but they gave niggas in the streets kids.
I've seen that.
Right? So what you want in the end game doesn't match to how you lived your life.
Yes.
So that's how I feel about this virginity thing, is that no man would ever have sex with a virgin without the intentions of marrying her. And that would leave a whole bunch of virgins left, because majority of women, the vast majority of women give their virginity to a man that they love, that they think that they're going to be with long term.
Yeah, we don't protect the things. We don't protect the things that we actually would want for ourselves. 100%. We will do it to somebody as long as it ain't our end goal or our end person. Yeah, 100%. So now you have
that across the board too.
Yeah, no, I think I understand the argument you're making. You know, I think this is we're doing a lot of things backwards. We wait too long to tether to a person and then wonder why she ain't a virgin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought I was safe because my body count was low. No, a nigga will destroy you. He don't give a fuck about your virtue. You gotta care about your virtue because nobody else does.
you have to care about your virtue, and that's my overarching point, right? And that's why with all the she got done dirty, right? Just based on our remember how we started this conversation. Nah, beloved, you was dirty going into that motherfucker.
No, you can still be done dirty.
No, I'm not saying. Yeah. But here's the thing, right? If I'm dirty and I get done dirty, right? How I started.
So you think a woman loving a man and trusting a man
What I'm
makes
saying
her
is
dirty?
how I started is how I finished. You see?
So what I'm saying is, you think a woman loving a man, trusting a man makes her dirty?
No.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make her dirty. So
this
she
is
gets
what
into
makes
these
us.
situations with men.
No.
And
This
because
is what makes us. This is what makes us unclean. Is the promiscuity aspects, right?
But I'm telling you that
most
most women got their first heartbreak by the man who broke their virginity. So she wasn't being promiscuous. She was a virgin.
Here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying, right? The promiscuity aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then people wait after they've been promiscuous, and then we try to get in relationships, right? And then when these relationships fall apart, we pointing fingers. I need people to thoroughly understand our conduct and the promiscuity is hurting these relationships. We need to stop acting like it was something that person did. The truth is we came in broken in the first place, defiled in the first place, And I just want other people to understand that. I think people would get, these healing processes. It got to start like that. This heartbroken shit, you fucked it up by conducting yourself in a particular way.
No, I just don't believe that. I don't think the heartbreak is coming from somebody's decision to treat you poorly or treat you badly when you have good intentions for them and you have love and trust for them, and their turnaround. So this is what I was trying to bring to you, right? You rented out your Airbnb. Can we talk about this? Because I heard you speak on them. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, was it on the phone?
No, I think you was talking about it on here, but I don't know if they know.
Go ahead.
But you understand, right?
Yeah.
And you have to do an eviction. You talked about going to DC to
do
an eviction, right?
Yeah.
Somebody took advantage of your goodness. That's not your fault. Your heart was in the right place renting this out.
Mm-hmm.
You even understanding that when it comes to the eviction, they mean they didn't pay, right?
Yes.
You trusted that they were paying. You gave them time to correct it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make you weak. That doesn't make you slow. Your heart was in the right place, and somebody still chose to take advantage of your weakness, right?
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if somebody saying it's your fault and they have no blame, and somebody taking advantage of you, trying to, not only you trusted them, you gave them grace when they couldn't, and they took advantage of you because they know you in a different state, right?
Mm-hmm.
So depending on your state, I know where I can take advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're thinking it should be a level of love and respect that you give to a person that's giving you an opportunity. That's insane that you would take advantage of me in this way, right?
Yeah.
He's wrong. I would never say you're wrong. But I think a lot of times in life, whether it's men or it's women, we go into situations trying to be a good person, and people look at that shit as weakness and take advantage of us. And I don't think we do enough job of correcting the people who are taking advantage of people. But you know what you're gonna do to yourself? You're gonna make sure that shit never happen to you again.
Yeah. So
because you got to keep on preparing yourself for the fact that niggas like that gonna always show up in the world.
And so here's what I turn, and this is the problem. It's a great example. We turn red flags into yellow flags. You see? And so I turn too many red flags into yellow flags in this particular situation. And then I allowed them to stay yellow even when I saw the forest through the trees. Because trying to be quote unquote good. You see? But there's several things that I could have mitigated that I didn't because I returned red flags into yellow flags. So I don't have nobody to blame but myself because I expect people to do what people do. And so if I know and see and can, and I have the intuition, now that we go back to what we're talking about, like women say they have, you turn red flags into yellow flags. When you get out of that predicament, let's just use that word, All these fingers can't be pointing away from yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, no, and I agree with that. But do you still think the person who did it was wrong?
Yes.
And that's all I want, right? But like I said, we're gonna always have to come to that conclusion on what role did I play in this, in my own demise, right? And I think Black women are definitely in a very self-destructing world right now, right? And we gotta work through it with them, right? We don't have to, but some of us are choosing to.
Yeah,
right?
I was saying to the first two things, not that.
Yeah, I'm working with them.
Okay, so no, we working through this shit. You know, it's just that somebody tricked me and talked me out. Nah, because we make too many decisions to get to that point. You know, we making cognitive decisions. We are making coherent decisions to get to that point. You know, and if we keep on allowing people to say this person fucked me over, knowing they turn red flags into yellow flags, we're gonna do them a disservice. Now, this conversation been good. How did we get here from the
Because I told you I was
Menimist?
breaking the things down.
Okay, so we got caught up in a good way though on the misogynist of what a woman can be, like a pick me or a mammy. You know, they would be called a misogynistic at the very least, and a misogynist in totality. Okay. Now we were working that through for what point? Let me read these 5 supers and then we'll see if we can get it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Miss Jilly with the $2 says internalized misogyny is the term you are looking for. Okay. See, Rob with the $10 says Rel is bugging. We absolutely want it. I think you're talking about the virgin. As Abe with the $2 says men don't care about true virgins. Virgin oil? For real? Sophisticated jerk with the $10. Earl. The people who claim someone took advantage of them overlook 10 good people because of their preferences. As Abe for the $5 says, women think not having kids visible makes them more valuable. Not true. Just because a person doesn't have a child doesn't mean they are good value. It is cap. Hey man, we need 100 people to match Sophisticated Jerk's $10 donation. All right.
I disagree with that too.
You don't want them to match Sophisticated Jerk?
No, I think that is a clear example that she is sexually responsible with her reproductive system. It's a clear. And women who have kids by men who they are not married to is a clear sign that I am not responsible over my sexual reproductive system. Alexis
from Texas has been a member for 23 months. Green flag for the 23 family and Texas. No doubt. Now, let me ask you a question. If she on her Ted Bundy shit though, which is the reason why she don't have kids, you think she has better moral character than a woman who walks around? Bundy is? Oh, he's a serial killer. So, yeah. So, I played that video. We played it. I think Sasha in it. We played it. The girl said she had 8 abortions in the last 2 years or something.
And she still got a kid. I nowhere near assume that women who don't have kids had a bunch of abortions.
No. I'm saying
the women who are having abortions are women who keep getting pregnant and they already have kids.
Listen. What I'm saying is, in that example, a woman who has had an abortion, morally, she's better than the woman who had birthed her child.
She's more
good. Or what did Ask Abe use? The word good?
I don't think morally, no.
Good value. That's what.
Yeah. But she wasn't talking about women that had abortions, so.
What was she talking about? Oh, just generally.
Yeah.
Okay.
The majority of women I know who don't have kids never been pregnant. I've never been pregnant. Jayla never been pregnant. Venus never been pregnant. We never been pregnant.
Oh, okay. All right, so hit the like button, man. We got 260 people in the building. We have 109 likes. That's diabolical. Please hit the like button. Okay, so she said include abortions, I guess. So, all right, so let's walk this down, right? Because we need to get the Menimist and Menimism.
Okay. So, and my cousin made a great correlation. They in town for Mardi Gras. Today, my cousin's birthday, so shout out to him. It's my 94, we making 32. So he's my big cousin, we were born in the same year. He said this, so he was like, when we talked about feminism He said white women started feminism and black women joined it. So what I'm calling the manosphere is it's Menimist. It's men complaining, right? Essentially, about the mistreatment of how they're being treated. The same way women was complaining about how they're being treated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, white men started it and black men fell for it, right? I was like, that is a great point. White men came on here complaining, and then black men came, and it's more destructive to our community than it is to theirs. Podcast culture, manosphere culture, right?
Why is it more destructive, would you say?
And which I think, you know what, and I'm going to tell you.
Now, that's a great correlate. I ain't gonna lie. Like, who started it, who finished it, that's a good start.
What the bigger picture is.
Good start. Go ahead.
Genetically, white people are dissolving, right? Mm-hmm. So if we all keep on trying to focus on our hatred for white people, they're going to keep on dissolving. So if we focus on our hatred for each other, what has happened since Manosphere started? What you call it? What you call it when women leave and go to white men? What you call it? Movement? Divesting. The divestment movement has came. Passports has came. We are now giving our wombs and our seed to go extend other people's bloodlines.
You think that?
Oh yeah, the rates are rising with us dating out.
Well, but are you saying that the black manosphere is the reason or one of the reasons
people are dating out? Yes.
You think it's the reason why black women are dating?
I think it's the direct
everybody dating out.
The passport bros have told the black men to go get on a passport, right?
But only 10% of niggas got passports.
We understand the divestment movement, right? But they're not going to passport. They're just going to take the white bitch up the street. But the divestment girls are backlash from these panels with men, right? These movements against men, the movements against the black men is starting because of the panels. It's causing a great divide, a great separation, and it's not actually bringing us together at all. Now, with the good, yeah.
Hold on, nigga. Wait, so guys, edify me on this.
That's just the negative of the Menimist movement.
Oh yeah, hold on. I just want to. The divestment group is before or after the Manosphere? Or during? What is the year of the Black Manosphere? 2010 or 15 or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
And are we saying divestment groups for women specifically are after the Manosphere? The passport bro starts after the Manosphere begins?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
even if they had inceptions of these things, the popularity comes from this space. The propaganda, the popularity, the push for it comes from here.
I ain't
so
here.
we're taking it and we're making
that shit short.
Put it on a stage.
I talk about too much shit to be here or anywhere. Now, yeah, no, don't group this might be risky.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the
nigga. I don't know what you talking about. I'm just saying what I'm saying. So, all right, hold on. First, let me get these answers. Okay, let me get these answers. Can you see the chat? You got your other phone?
Let me go.
All right. Can you? So they saying the investors came first. Callie said it came after.
They came after.
All right, now. So Callie said it came after, but Brother 3 times said it came first.
Of course, come on now. It's Mr. Fantastic.
But wouldn't he know?
Wouldn't he lie?
He's been on internet just as long as you have.
He probably been here longer.
As Abe with the 10 ounces, Sojourn the Truth actually started first wave feminism. Know your history.
Huh?
Oh. So they saying, so Marcus said it came before. Jay said no. Normal Nerd said after. I guess you got to get more. Okay. So Mr. Sad said he got proof, really. Okay, but continue on the defining journey. Vet Life with the $5 says, Hamp and Rel, love you, Rel, but the divestors were here already. That's not true. 1.0 was addressing their rhetoric, which is why they flagged them. Now, Rel, is this actual argument come out of the fact that, let's say that the black men are having a conversation about poor behavior and disparate treatment?
Mhm.
Is that, let's say, happening, like men are stepping away from the women because they're being edified, or they're getting acknowledgement of the poor treatment?
Mhm.
Like, is it really a tactic, or is it, hey, we want better treatment, and if we're all experiencing this, then we go elsewhere? Like, you
It's a
think it?
tactic. I've always felt like it was fear mongering. Fear mongering tactic.
Okay.
But it, in the way I pull it with the men, the way that men look at feminists, they look at it as a derogatory term, right? So just within that, men standing up for men's rights and the treatment of men is just the opposite of that. Even the way that it's not taken serious, right? Men laugh at feminists. These bitches is crazy. And women laugh at men who complain. These niggas is weak. Like it's the same correlation of, hey, I want certain rights, I want this, I want that, and you're not being taken serious, right? You're taking each other serious, right? But the women are not trying to hear that shit. Even though some of these issues that we didn't even know they was dealing with, right? Until they brought it to our attention, right? They cleared up the jail thing, right? Because a lot of us believe that, you know, some niggas going to jail, niggas, right? But they had to bring out the stats. Hey, we actually don't have a bunch of kids out here. A lot of us don't have kids. The same niggas having kids with a bunch of women. It's the Pookies and Ray Rays, and y'all trying to make them represent all of who we are. We don't go to jail. This is the percentage of us that go to jail, right? So it's been propaganda that's been pushed on them, right? So I can understand all of it's needed, right?
Okay.
And of course, you're going to have extremes in anything.
Okay.
You have regular Christians, you have people that tie themselves to crosses in the desert.
Okay.
So within that, the Menimist, when you're speaking for men's right, you're a Menimist. That's exactly how women have felt. Like, I'm telling you my issues, I'm telling you my problems, and you don't take it serious. You don't give a fuck about how I feel.
Particularly though, right, as we define it, it's a one-sided thing.
What you mean? Do you so you think men give a fuck about feminism?
No, what I'm saying is a Menimist only speaks up for men, not against men, and does not speak up for women. Is that the because we're talking about the extreme measure essentially, right?
Yeah, so like Mr. Fantastic, Menimist.
Don't call brother 3 times.
Brother 3 times is a Menimist.
Brother.
He's a king Menimist.
Brother.
But you know what? You know who I want? I want to be the face of y'all movement. TJ.
TJ was here.
TJ was just here, and I felt like he have a very Martin Luther King type of cadence. You know what I'm saying? He was up here preaching the other day, right? And I was like, this is a good person to put in the front.
That's when you were saying it. That's the conversation I was having.
I feel like that because, you know, Mr. Fantastic is not a regular nigga. He only tried to blend it with regular niggas, so he really don't have the thing. So we're gonna have to take a conventionally unattractive male, right? A male that's not conventionally attractive to do it, right? Because it ain't the most beautiful women in the world that are running feminism, right? It's the unattractive people, because these are the people who are getting treated the worst. We understand that people that have a little bit of vanity get treated better than most people in the world, right? And maybe we can see that, we can start to notice that feminism is a human rights issue, right?
No,
I think it's a human rights issue.
And we had this conversation. It was a pretty good conversation, like in the court and on the panel. I think that the human rights thing is not the forefront now of that movement. I think it was definitely before, if you're just in human rights. But I think a lot of that, most of it, all of it has been achieved. There's still scrutiny about behavior that'll never go away.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I think now it's about stuff that generally doesn't serve. You know, I think it's putting like the feminist, that whatever iteration this is of it, it's kind of putting it, it's doing women more of a disservice, and I think they understand.
Yeah, I hear the wave is the newest wave is a little bit more extreme. I never got into, the other day I asked my mom, I was like, do you know what feminism is? And she was like, no, what is it? And then I was like, why do you don't know what it is? And then I was thinking about it and I was like, I didn't know what it was. And I considered it was until I got to the internet because they don't teach it in school. They never thought, have they ever sent you in a book and made you study feminism for the week and make it take a test on it? I never learned it in school. It's literally some internet shit that I picked up.
So you think some internet shit.
I'm out of school ages ago.
You think now it's interesting. There's a particular archetype that has to be the face of the thing for it to ring true. So you're saying like it was less attractive women that pushed feminism because they needed it more than women who had what's that called? What's it called? The privilege, pretty privilege.
Yeah, I think that less attractive women pushed harder for feminism because they don't, and which the majority of women aren't beautiful and are going to get pretty privilege in the world, right? So they fight for the average woman, right? So we're only as good as what our bottom is the treatment of our bottom. So that's what we've been trying to raise, the quality of life for the bottom of us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so you're saying essentially the Menimist movement would have a similar face.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't have like a advantage in one of the aesthetically pleasing things to the other sex to be the face of it, essentially.
See, so you're the face of, you are a Menimist fighting for men's rights and da-da-da-da-da-da, and you're talking about certain experiences with women that you've never had, right? You've never couldn't get women. But you fighting for men that can't get women. You
saying that don't make sense?
Huh?
You saying that doesn't make sense?
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that the people
impact
at the forefront of the movement of the Menimists aren't necessarily the ones that are dealing with the brunt of the issues.
Oh, I see.
Y'all are more of a what we call it, BWE, black.
But I'm not one-sided though.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I do think that you're more male leaning, of course.
No, I'm not.
You don't think so?
It's Abrahamic. You see?
Okay. But Abrahamic is more male leaning.
No, I think it's most high leaning. Right? So it's not a construct that men created. These are constructs that serve the people. Right? Because to have a wife, right? What Paul says in Ephesians has to apply. But I think a lot of that gets ignored. I think when people read Proverbs 31, they stifle women into being this woman who doesn't put in work and pain. But if you read Proverbs 31, she does that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no, I wouldn't be in that category. But whatever the Bible says is generally what we align with.
Yeah, I don't think that I think any Abraham religion is male centered. Like it's patriarchy.
Oh yeah, no, we would disagree simply because even the Bible says, right? You leave from your father and mother, you cleave to her, and you give your life for her, and you treat her how you love the church, right? So I think the benevolence is uberly key, and I just think hierarchy is being pushed back against unnecessarily.
Oh no, I understand that the benevolence is in the Bible, but I don't think that that's what's happening in reality.
Well, because this isn't an Abrahamic culture,
right?
At all. It's a Christian. Well, we get in it, but yeah. So okay, yeah, 100%. I think that when we having a conversation, it simply depends on what the subject matter is for me and how applicable it is.
Mm-hmm.
And now, one thing you make a good point. If I'm doing if if I'm talking to the men about men shit, I have to fight them tooth and nail to stay on topic.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Especially
shit,
this one right here that just hit the flannel.
shit is crazy to me, you know? Like literally, Sherelle, as you making a point, is it's the same behavior. Like there's a lot of deflection, honestly, when we having those conversations. You know? Now, feminist, menimist, do those have negative connotations in as of 2026?
Yeah, to the other party. If you're offended by feminism, if you're offended by feminism, it's probably because you're a menimist. And if you're offended by menimist, it's probably because you're a feminist. Because you're an unbalanced person and you don't want proper treatment for the other gender. Because that's what the genders are fighting for. They're fighting for proper treatment, to be treated well, to be respected.
So this is where we fall off, right? Proper treatment is very subjective.
Do you think that the majority of black men treat black women well? That's the answer.
No, we ain't marrying them. So right, I think they treating them how they want to be treated.
No, I mean no. It's just a yes or no question. Do you think they treat them well? Don't try to escape out of it.
No, well,
don't pull up Mr. Fantastic. I see your brother up here. I'm already had to box him.
It's a loaded question, though, right? It's a loaded question. So you say no or yes, right? And then you say, oh, no context. Well, that's unfair.
No, because I believe that how you treat people is who you are.
Well, the truth is, right? Because what do we call disparate treatment? Like, what would you characterize as such? Having sex with her with no intentions? But then last week, we already acknowledged that 70% of women are hoes. So they literally complicit and consensual in the sex that they're having. You know?
I don't even think it's the sex thing.
Talking about relationships, right?
I think it's and don't get me wrong. Like, if you ask me the same question, I'm saying no. It's a very much lack of respect, lack of consideration, lack of loyalty on both sides. I don't think that the majority of black women are treating black men well. I do not think that the majority of black men are treating black women well. I think we make it a point to treat people like shit. We don't love black people as a whole. No black person. It may be like 10% of black people that just love black people as a whole. The rest of the 90 love people who connected to them, and that's it.
Miss Fantastic.
Brother. Yo, what up?
What's up, Fantastic?
What's going on?
First of all, Mr. Fantastic, be watching porn and with the VPN because he don't want to put his ID in the porn site.
Hey, that's how they track you. Now listen, I want all my porn watching, private. I ain't finna put in no ID to motherfucking, get some training videos in.
Stop watching porn.
I mean, hey, from time to time. Anyway,
and that's where they got that if you don't have sex, you're gonna die thing from too, that they brought up in Discord. Mr. Fantastic did a show about it where he brought a doctor on to try to make it seem like you're gonna die if you don't have sex.
I brought a doctor on. I didn't bring that. The woman made content.
The doctor. Yeah.
Exactly. She's a medical doctor.
And
I've been telling y'all
that you're gonna die if you don't have sex.
Ain't convincing shit. How we gotta do the show.
That's why he had sex with 10,000 people.
Listen, y'all ain't no 10,000. I am not Wilt Chamberlain. Listen, again, HAMP. I keep telling you niggas, sex is a necessity, but y'all don't want to believe me. Whatever. But anyway, especially coming from the nigga that had a bitch, 2 bitches for every day. But we ain't gonna get it. That's his past, so we ain't gonna bring that up. Anyway. First off, ma'am, you lied. Okay. I sent HAMP the evidence and I put the evidence in the chat. Crystalline Kerosene is the mother of the divestment I won't say divestment movement, the swirler movement, because the swirler movement and the divestment movement are 2 different things. As HAMP educated you and edified you, the Black Manosphere was a reply to a lot of this horrible rhetoric from black women that was downright just hatred and misandry. The misandry that's going on against the black man has been my entire lifetime, right? Shout out to Medium Man, because y'all remember all them clips y'all said didn't exist. Medium Man compiled a list of shows. Sally Jesse Raphael.
I asked him, I use it on the POV one day.
All right, cool. So I didn't see it, but that's what I'm saying. So y'all say we made love lies, and we have to keep bringing y'all receipts, be it Crystal Karasin. And again, to her defense, she wasn't the we hate niggas, so on and so forth. She was just telling black women, hey, after becoming a single mom herself from a black man, hey, open yourself up to white men, right? And I ain't gotta say pause because it's a woman talking about opening
Is she
up.
a white woman?
No, Crystal Karasin is a black woman.
Okay.
She's a swirler.
Okay,
so
I'm asking. I don't know these people.
So then Crystal Karasin turned into the what you got, the Migwise and the Gremlin, the
So
fucking
what year did she start?
2010. For her first article was 2010. Her
when
first
did
book.
Manosphere start?
Manosphere started, I want to say this iteration of it would have been like 2016, 2017. Original OG Manosphere was 20, might have been around the same time. No, not 08. It would have been like around 2010.
No,
so
it was
2010,
2010. I've been following Tommy, and if we talking
Tommy's
about
not Manosphere. Hold on.
I'm talking about the inception of where these talking points come from, and when y'all,
no.
When y'all have these, I'm saying when y'all have these conversations, y'all bring it all the way back to Patrice O'Neal. Is that not true?
But Patrice O'Neal,
conversations, who y'all say started these topics?
Yeah, so if you're saying Patrice O'Neal and some of the early Tommy was not Manosphere. Tommy was not Red Pill. Tommy was not even his original shit. Yeah, that's the book. The first article she did was 2010. So Tommy didn't even start the Beasties back and the what's name thing until like a few years in. So Tommy didn't even really start going super duper hard on black women and the shit black women was doing. I'd say probably about around the same time. So even with that being said, right, the black manosphere or the Menimist that you're talking about has never been anti-woman. It's been, hey man, you niggas got to get out of this mindset that women are sugar, spice, and everything nice, and that they actually care about you, and that they want to have a family, they want to do all these things, and you need to take heed of how these women will use men. The feminist movement is we hate these. Well, the black feminist movement, right, or the divestors is we hate these niggas. Damn, you played the thing where you got motherfucking black women talking to the white supremacists about we want to get rid of these niggas. We want to eliminate them. You have never seen and you will never see a group of black men planning or plotting the deletion of black women, or even more so, black girl babies. That's the difference, Sherelle.
Somebody said that.
That's what I'm saying. You'll never see it. What man said it? What man said that?
We don't
what
do
man
names.
said that?
They be on the panel with y'all.
Okay, but it's not a group of people. And if we ever heard it, ain't no nigga standing with that.
They say it, and the group of men support them within them saying it.
Well, yeah, I've not heard. Well, I'm not. So you're saying somebody said it? Okay, they said it. What I'm telling you is that group of black men don't fucking exist. Them niggas might be in a closet somewhere in a fucking secret fucking room.
No, I'm about to let you know.
Publicly, niggas is not on that at all. Any man that's got daughters and got mothers and so on and so be like, nigga, you wildin'. What's wrong with you? And more likely than not, he'd be seen as fringe, unhinged, and get this nigga the fuck out of here. Put him in the bathroom, right? But either way, the whole thing, the difference between the two movements, look, men are trying to figure out a way to figure out how and what can you do for the women to act right, so we can have families, so we can make this shit right to as what it was or whatever. Because right now everybody's everything's off. And how the hell you expect men to marry them when 70% of them, 60% of them got kids, 60% of the women that got kids, and 70% of them already got kids by multiple niggas, and I'm just supposed to marry her off the stove? Oh, she according to the Bible, she should have married a baby daddy. Okay, she would be with that man. So now you telling the black men that don't have kids to take these women serious, and that's been a message for oh so long. Be the man that stepped in and stepped up and all this bullshit and la 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 la. And niggas been listening to this sucker shit for 30, 40 years, and we find like, no, bro, that's lame, that's stupid, that's goofy. Don't do that. So just because we telling a man to do something that makes all bit of common sense, that don't mean we hate women.
We didn't say who said y'all hate women though. Why are you bringing that up?
That was you were saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just because the Menimist thing. Remember, we were looking at the qualifications. One of it was misogynist.
No, the misogynist came from the women. We were talking about pick me and Menimism.
Yeah, but I thought it led into trying to clarify this terminology.
No, this terminology.
One-sidedness doesn't mean. I thought you said it was one-sidedness at least.
I don't think feminism is hatred for men. I think feminism is a movement for the rights of women.
Okay, so the Menimist is a one-sided affair regarding the prowess, rights, putting men in a good light.
Yes, it's the same thing as feminism. There will be misogynistic men in there, right? But that's not the face of the movement. The face of the movement is to, like I just said, clear up your image, because you just came up here and said the same thing that I said. Clear up the propaganda about you and express your frustrations with what's going on and bring light to the changes that you want to see. That's the same exact thing women have done and been dismissed. And that's the same thing y'all are doing now, and women are dismissing y'all.
Yeah, no. So, but no, like I said, you leaving out the family part, right? So women don't have to fight for mothers to get equal rights to the children, and for mothers to not have to suffer through parental alienation, and the public acting like, you know, a mom keeping a man away from his child is okay. Again, this is why it's not the same. What men are doing is for the betterment of everybody. We just have to humanize ourselves in the process. And the fact of the matter that a man humanizing himself and saying, hey man, I'm a dad just like she's a mom. What makes her more entitled to access to the child than me? I'm a husband like she's a wife. What makes her easier to go to the court and lie and say that I beat her and I didn't give her no money when she's never reported this in 10 years and now she gets half my shit? Or, you know what I'm saying, now I look like, you know, whatever in the court documents because it makes her fare out better on alimony if applicable and child support 99% of the time if there's children involved. That's what I'm saying. The woman's side has nothing to do with other than women. The man is for the man, for the children, and for the family.
Okay, so this is my question, right? When black people fight for their rights, should they include what's going to be good for white people?
No, that's not the same. That's a false supremacy.
So that's what I'm telling you. When you're the oppressed group, of course you're fighting for your interests. Women are the oppressed group. So, and I can understand what you're saying. So what are you talking about, feminism in its totality? Because you do know that it used to be legal to beat your wife and grape your wife. And that people had to go to courts and make these things, and then they overturned it and they had to go back to court. You do know men are allowed to have legislation over women's bodies in this country.
What do you mean by that, though? What do you mean? You mean the whole anti-child deletion thing? Is that what you're talking about? That's the only thing you're talking about.
It's literally in the legislation.
Well, it's not. Well, it's not just men.
We don't want to fund it. You're not wanting to fund it is one thing. Women can go to jail for having miscarriages. Women are going to jail for having miscarriages. You understand that? No. That's again. If that's what you got to show me that case. That's propaganda. That's not true. A woman has had a legit. It is propaganda. A woman has had a legit miscarriage can't be jailed for having that's a natural thing. But we won't stick there because that's whatever. We can bring up evidence to show it, right? What I'm saying is this: even the thing of that is propaganda. The legislation that existed in the first place, the Supreme Court went back and fixed it and said, hey, it should have never been that way. It should have always been at the state level. Okay, a woman has the autonomy to live in any motherfucking state she wants. If she lives in a state that she wants to get out here and let
dudes, spread their seed inside of her and get her pregnant, she either needs to stop letting dudes do the former, or she needs to move to change it. Okay, she has options. There's no place in America where it's absolutely, where there is some place in America where you can get as many kids out of there as you want to. To your point about the abuse and the other things, be it sexual or physical, you are correct. But that's been corrected, and men said, "Hey, this is fucked up." So you can't play both sides of that when all of the rights that women have, men gave them. The right to vote, men gave them. Because remember, women couldn't vote. Women couldn't be of what's the name. So you can't be the oppressor when you're at the same time the liberator.
Yes,
you can't play both sides.
You're the oppressors are the liberators, and then they still find incongruent way. Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Well,
to keep on oppressing people.
The men aren't a monolith, right? Which is the point. So you can't say just because they're all men that the oppressors are the liberators, right? The men aren't monolithic. So you have men who had laws, and then you had other men who changed those laws. They're the same group of men.
Yeah, I think women protested, women marched, women did things for their rights. It wasn't just like, oh, let's just give you some piece of candy. I don't think anything that oppressed groups.
But nobody, we agree. We agree. We don't have to belabor that.
We agree. We agree with that. But like, I'm gonna say this so the other brothers can get in. Pause. That's what we're saying, Sherelle. That even in the cases where y'all talk about, femicide and all these different things and so on and so forth, and men abusing women, that's the less than 1% of men. Y'all never bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it's men that are doing a lot, or the majority of SA to women. But that majority is less than 1%, and that's what never gets brought up. So whenever we have these conversations, the men are predators. The men are dangerous. But no, the men are dangerous, but they're 99% more heroes. Even if we just stick from a professional standpoint, the vast majority of policemen. Oh, go ahead.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just thinking, like, what you said. Sherelle, when you start going, right, you speak pretty definitively and adamantly about the disparate treatment of women, and what they need to fight for. The Menimists almost have to exist and speak exclusively for the positives of men if that's what they're saying they're combating.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I'm stating what it is. It's the same thing.
Is it negative?
What, Menimism?
Yeah.
No, and feminism isn't either.
Now,
I don't have.
Let me ask this question: is it negative based on the outcomes they're looking for? So, as an example, this iteration of feminism is what's being fought for. Positive or negative? I think we can make a determination based on what's being fought for.
What's being fought for?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is right now.
Me neither. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So whatever they're fighting for.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say that whatever is something negative. I don't even want to put, like, you know what I mean? Let's say it's something negative. In that case, we would have to call the movement negative, right? Do you think that what we know the Menimists to be doing is negative?
Because some of it is the oppression of women and removing women's rights.
The Menimists?
Yeah. Menimists feel like women shouldn't have rights.
Mr. Williams, what's popping? Mr. Fantastic, you can respond to that. Devin, you can respond to that.
We're going to have to conclude and group it in.
Salute, panel chat. What's good? I don't know. I mean, I look at some of this stuff like they fighting for their rights to walk around with bonnets and pajama pants and shit in stores and malls. I mean, is that helping? That they walking around not looking decent and everything? Is that one of the things they're fighting for, to express themselves? Those are rights that you can just go and just look like trash, and that's what it is. I don't really get, what are they really truly fighting for? Are they fighting to go against us, and that's supposed to prove a point, or are they fighting so we can build together?
Okay. So Sherelle had brought up a point we were talking about this last Tuesday where they want full autonomy. So yes, to do those things that you just named, Mr. Williams, would be what the movement would be pushing for because they want the freedom to do what they want to do. It's a broadcast.
I'm just looking at it like, I mean, is that a positive? Is that how we supposed to raise these kids? Is that why these kids are having these issues and doing the same behaviors? It's not helping us.
So you're saying what they're fighting for does a disservice to them, themselves, the kids, the community?
Yes.
So would you argue that it's negative?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about, I don't know, Mr. Fantastic froze. Maybe Devin knows. Devin, there was a group, and I just need clarity to my question, and then I'm going back to Mr. Williams. Okay. Mr. Fantastic is there too. There was a group that Callie brought up. I was trying to understand. I can't remember what it was. Stav or something? Stave? Well, anyway, it's the Repeal the 19th Amendment group as an example.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Is that a nominal number of men? Is it a growing minority? What percentage of men is that?
It's small.
I think it's a representation of an idea.
Yeah.
The idea that we have to go to war. It's the idea that we have to go to war. They don't have to go to war. You're getting rights without the responsibilities type of argument.
Okay. Is that what percentage of men would that be in terms of?
One,
maybe 2%.
Yeah, 1%.
Not even maybe not even 4%.
Again, that's the most extreme of extreme people that would even say that, right? You get a lot of yes men and people that may agree in the chat when Nick Fuentes or whatever one of these extremist dudes say some shit, right? But at the end of the day, as men, what do we know? Women are half the voters. In order for that to happen, women would have to vote for it to happen. You can't. So now that women have been established as voters, and we know women vote the most. That's why it's laughable. It's unrealistic. Any man that's logical know that's just red meat for extremist dudes, bro. It's unrealistic.
They got that from the white man too. That wasn't black ideology.
Okay. So I made that argument, but I was talking to Callie about it. She was saying that they would vote for that type of legislation in the Senate and the House. It wouldn't go down to the people.
No, but you would still. This is what I'm saying. Hamp, the constituents of the people, right? So I guess, theoretically, you'd be able, but the likelihood of the person that's voted for that, and it would have definitely have some type of
against the interest of the constituents probably is less.
Yes, the constituency to where the majority of the people that put you in as a representative or whatnot will be a woman. It's highly unlikely, again, and this is why I hate when people do this to make something that's clearly unrealistic a possibility. It's not gonna happen. Come on, we know that it's never gonna happen.
Okay. I got you, Dad. I just want to. So, Mr. Wayne, I was just thinking about that. Like, what do you think about that group? Which, Mr. Fantastic, you said 1 or 2%.
That's terrible. But they just talking out of some stupid shit. I think it's clickbait to be honest, because you need women to vote. I don't care what it is, you need them, especially these people that are holding these offices. They need women to vote. We need that.
Okay. Let me ask a question real quick. Sherelle, let's say they said women had to fulfill the same parameters at the very least. And then I'm gonna go to Devin. Like, for instance, they say, yo, you have to enroll in selective service also. Do you think that like is fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Devin, what's popping, man? And then we'll open it back up once Devin gives his 2 cents. That's everybody.
Yeah, no, I think we live in the social media, podcast world where I think we just ultimately you have to say an extreme to try to make an underlying point. And that's kind of how I see a lot of things today. It's like a lot of people say a lot of things that they don't mean just to try to meet the middle, to try to get you to the middle. So where
what do you think she's trying to say, Devin?
Sorry, say again.
What you think she trying to say?
Who is she?
Sherelle.
Um,
What you think she trying to say? What you think she trying to be salacious about?
Well, I don't think. No. I'm not saying that's not what she's trying to say. I think the people who made that up were trying.
You made it up. Menimism.
Oh, Menimism.
I'm the originator. Never duplicated.
She probably got it from somewhere off obscure TikTok, but right now I'm giving her credit
all
for
from
it.
original thought.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic, TikTok is the worst place in the world, by the way, just FYI.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Devin.
I told you that. I told you.
I can't look at that shit.
I
Go
think
ahead, Devin.
I think it's just being a contrarian without actually understanding the purposes of the movement. I think again it might just be. I think to me it's like a social media movement just to be popular, because I think the things that we're hearing doesn't really lack substance to the facts of what's actually happening.
Okay. Damn. So, do you think though, Menimist, feminist, they're the same thing?
No, far from it.
Far? Give me the reason why it's far.
Because ultimately, men.
Bro, I'll be right back. I gotta let the dog in real quick. Mr.
Okay.
Fantastic can hit the button if he needs to.
Okay. So like I think feminism, came from somewhat of a good place when it started, but I think it's been a while now where I think women have had the rights that men have had. They've had for a good minute now. Like there's nothing that a man can do that a woman can't. Like that's been done. So it's like, what is your intent? What is your purpose of continuing to push it? I think when you come with men and their talking points, it's like, hey, you've asked for these things, and now we're just letting you know the negative impacts that it's having on our society. So I think one is like coming from a place of we need something because we don't have this right. The other one is giving you information to say, hey, this is the negative impact that you want all this authority, but you're not taking the responsibility, and now our society is failing because of the lack of responsibility you're taking and of a lot of assets of our society. So I think this two sides of the two totally different angles of how things are being approached. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so to what Mr. Williams was saying, we want the rights to wear bonnets. Women are scientists. There are women who are smarter than you, who outdo you. There are professional women who go to college, who have jobs. There are women who are working on teams to come up with cures for cancer, brain surgeon, neurologists. There are women actively part of programs and different things to advance the world and advance their society. The rights of women protect their intellectual property. The rights of women allow them to go to school. The rights of women allow our great women to be great. Just because you think that all the women are wearing bonnets, guess what? We want them the right to have the bonnets so that great women can do what great women do. The worst of Black men kill people and sell drugs and go to jail. That's what the worst of you do. Should the best of you go back into slavery because what the worst of you do? Should all of you go back into slavery because the worst of you kill people, go to jail, sell drugs, and be destructive?
I think you're missing the point.
I'm talking to Mr. Williams.
Oh, my bad. You can get it.
That's not what I'm saying. I know it's plenty of professional women.
Okay, so do you understand
they don't get highlighted, Sherelle. They don't get highlighted as much. For one, they don't even speak out on
Mr. Williams,
degenerate behavior.
You
And that's
have
the
the opportunity. A lot of professional women speak out.
But that's the problem. The degenerate behavior, just like we do with the men, degenerate behavior doesn't get talked about enough.
Y'all have the worst degenerate. If we want to get to
go on the
degeneracy,
internet right now and see a Galentine's reel right now with women all together, slapping each other's ass and lap dances and everything.
So women having a good time is a threat to you? How?
Yeah, that's not a threat to me.
Why
It's a
are
threat
women
when you're rolling up weed and you're doing all this stuff where your kids can see it.
Mr. Williams,
Your
why
kids can
are
see the behavior when
women
you say
having?
don't be a hoe, but then you see your mom.
You think?
Hey, y'all talking at the same time. Y'all, hold on. Mr. Williams, let her go. Let her get herself. We got to go back and forth. We can't hear both of y'all talking at the same time. Sherelle, it's on you.
So you think being a hoe is worse than being a murderer? This
Mr.
idea
Williams,
that y'all want to make sure that no women have rights because the worst of women, and that's what y'all want to judge us by.
Who
If
said
we
that we
start to judge
I never
men,
said
and
wanted y'all not to
let's
have
take it
rights.
off of black men, because if we take it off of black men, it
Yeah.
could get worse on what men do.
Yeah,
Okay?
but Sherelle,
'Cause
though.
y'all might be
Sherelle,
shooting
but
up bang bangs, but if we get to them other groups of men and the wild
Sure.
shit that they do.
Sherelle, we understand, but nobody. That's what he's saying. We're not saying we agree with, and then even the people that are calling for no rights for women are a very, very low percentage on all sides. It's not even worth talking about them, Sherelle. So you can't make that the root or a major part of your conversation. So when you talk about the repeal shit or whatever, and women shouldn't be able to vote or what, like I told you, anybody with common sense knows that's unrealistic when women make up 50% of the vote. You can't take you, and again, anybody that's dumb enough to think that congressmen, just because they're men, are gonna be cool with fucking. Then it would take, you have to change the fucking amendment now, because again, it's an amendment. You know, the last time a fucking amendment was changed. You know, so again, it's people. Just let me finish this real quick. It's people that have a very small IQ and people that have no understanding of how the world really works, to where some friend shit like that gets said and they act like it's a possibility that could ever become realistic. Sherelle, is all I'm saying.
Okay, so Mr. Fantastic, why do we teach people history? Not here at McDonald's, bro. The reason why we teach people history is because so history won't repeat itself. That's the reason why when they teach us the Holocaust, when they teach us history, and say if you don't, a person that doesn't know the history will repeat itself. The oppressed groups of people, fight is never over, right? Because there's always a reason for somebody else to try to come and make sure that they can put you back into those things. I love the way that we talk about what's impossible, but once we put things into the ether, impossibilities can become possible. What marriage started as is now gay people can be married in this country, and gay people have the equal rights to get married and all the benefits of a same-sex marriage. That's happening. There has been men who have won Woman of the Year. There were a lot of things 100 years ago that people were saying, even when the first slave said we won't be free one day. People were saying, no, we're gonna. People had all type of shit to say about, no the hell we not. We ain't never gonna be this. We ain't never gonna be that. That's impossible. What I am telling you is, humans are wonderful at making the impossible possible.
Well,
so let me,
but that's why y'all. You know what?
Yeah. Let me.
And for one, we were talking about the fact of what's going on currently. The fact that you would sit there and throw in professional women, you know what the hell's going on out here right now. Women are destroying. Y'all don't even like each other.
And that's the thing. I think
Mr. Williams, I am so over y'all saying that women don't like each other, but from the ages of 0 to damn 35, y'all are the #1 cause of each other's death. Do you know how diabolical it has?
Fact that y'all don't like each other. Y'all can't take criticism from each other.
And y'all talk about who don't like each other. Y'all don't like each other.
Y'all can't take criticism from each other, not at all. Y'all not even willing to tell each other the truth.
Y'all don't like each other, Mr. Williams.
We do.
Y'all don't like each other.
We don't like everybody, but we like enough.
Yeah, and we like enough.
No, y'all don't. Y'all really don't like.
Yes, we do. You think?
Nah, she got you on that one. Listen, Ms. Williams, she's saying just from you can say that women can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, women aren't deleting other women at the rate that men are. But they aren't, bro. No, they aren't, Mr. Williams. They're not.
Yes, they are. And I'm saying,
Mr. Williams.
Yes, they are.
A black woman would never be the top reason I die.
They whoop it.
Black men are the top reason you die.
If you date one, she might.
All right, I'm gonna just this is what I want to say real quick. I want to say one is like, the fact that you're telling them about professional women, that's awesome. You were telling us that things are equal because we have all these professional women. Like that's not what we're talking about. It's the fact that you went from professional women to start telling us about degenerate stuff that doesn't help society grow. You're like it, like when it comes this, it's the cognizant like the distance between understanding the what actually makes a productive society. Like somebody being gay doesn't make society like go. It doesn't produce more humans to continue the world. Like that's the thing. You're talking about these feelings, but it does, like when it comes to survival in the human race, when it comes to survival of Black people, like that's not what you're talking about. You're just talking about things that ultimately, like, you're going to live regardless. Like, no, but that's the thing. It's like you're talking about rights outside of actual women's rights right now.
Okay, so
hold on, let me finish. I'm about to give me 5 seconds. Let me give me 5 seconds. Like you're talking about things outside of women's rights now to try to lay down your argument. And you're talking about Black men kill Black men the most. Black women have over 200,000 abortions a year. Black on Black violence is still like 15,000. So if you want to talk about life for life, you got to come back about that. And that's what you're perpetuating with feminism. I'm done.
Okay, so I don't know where you got lost in the conversation, but the person who brought up degenerate women was Mr. Williams. The response to gay people being able to get married and men being able to win Woman of the Year is a response to Mr. Fantastic saying what's impossible. And that's intangible proof that the things that we thought was impossible 100 years ago are very possible today.
Yeah, I think
so. I don't know if you're keeping up with the conversation.
I am. My point is, what is it that women need?
People have understood
what
that
can't women
gay
do?
people are humans.
I'm talking about gay
and
people.
That they're going to be
women
gay.
do?
So we're going to give them human rights because they're still going to be here.
All right, let's start talking about gay people. What women can't do?
so. I think one of the arguments that's being made, Devin, is they have to stay doing what they're doing to defend the rights that are had because they think the sentiment is that they can be taken away at any point. I think I like your question. Secondarily, it was a good retort to Mr. Williams, but it's not a checkmate, right? Doesn't like isn't only proven by who gets killed, because like for as an example, Mr. Fantastic edified me on this stat where DV cases have the highest percentages in lesbian relationships. So it's like, at what point do we say this person does or does not like? Essentially, I think anecdotally we see women like fall out with each other a lot, more so than men do. I think that's a commonly accepted sentiment. So don't like can't just be solved for who got killed. Essentially.
Yeah, women like to gossip. I don't think so. I think men fall out more.
Say that last
if not more, is at the same rate. This idea that women don't like each other. Yeah, women are not going to get along. Nobody's going to get along based on gender or race. We've seen that time after time. People are not going to get along with you just because you're Black. They're not going to get along with you just because you're a woman or just because you're a man. But what the statistics do show, women call the police. That's what the statistics show. If you and Mr. Fantastic have a fight, y'all ain't gonna call the police on each other.
Yeah, which is why the determination, I'm just thinking about how do we determine who likes who, you know what I mean? I think that the key is that they're calling the police on other women.
Yeah, but for
the don't like thing is kind of foolish in itself, but if we're gonna talk about it, there's a whole lot of reasons why people don't like each other, and it doesn't always manifest into a mortal thing happening.
Yeah, but I think I think when I see fights, I see more man fights than women fights.
Yeah, of course.
Also, like I said, I could see if it was a reason, it was a small reason, but actually when you break down the demographics of the number one cause of death for Black men, it is other Black men.
Okay, I always see
between certain
anecdotally,
ages, so
I be seeing women fighting all the time. It's just that nobody care when y'all fight. Really, legit, I'm walking down U Street, really, they fighting like shit. I'm like walking through like it's like Bourbon Street.
Mm-hmm.
But they was actually in a real fist fight. It's like one of them bumped me. I'm like, oh, excuse me. I didn't realize she was in a fight with somebody. It just the violence isn't the same. You know what I mean?
The violence is the same. Men are way more violent. Even when it comes to
physical. So, that's what I meant to say. Like the level of the physicality isn't the same.
Yeah. So even like when it comes to gang violence, right? violence. We know that these groups and these organizations are going to eternally be years and years and years, Bloods, Crips, all of these different things, started by men, ran by men, majority people in men. There will be some females dwindling in the gangs, but they're just whores for the most part. The people who are actually doing the crime are black men, and typically gangs, rival gangs, are other groups of black men. So when you build up strong infrastructure and gangs and things like that to actually harm other black men, I don't think that you need to be talking about who don't like who. You don't like each other.
Okay.
And you can live across the street from each other.
No. Yeah. I think we gotta work on belaboring the points. So yeah, I think your argument is stronger than the one I'm making. So I think I can concede that point. Do you then? Let me ask a question. Women are the most violent to children, then, just based on the logic
and the numbers.
Or okay.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't be women don't like children, right?
No, I think women just beat their kids.
But if they violent them, does that mean they
not
don't
just
like
beat them? Not just beat them, delete them.
Does that how the logic works though? If we don't like, because we're making it violent. So if we don't,
I don't
like each other because we're violent towards each other. If they don't, do they not like the kids because they violent towards them?
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't like their kids, right? Which is why.
No, I'm asking about the women specifically.
No, I'm talking about women. When I'm talking about people.
Okay.
Right, I'm talking about women don't like their kids. They shouldn't be mother. I think that a lot of times they're pushed in their ability. Your ability to have a kid isn't your purpose, right? But if a society tells you that there's your purpose, a lot of women are having kids, and these kids are being born in these homes because what I'm telling you is gay people don't produce the worst people in the world. Do you know who produces the worst people in the world? Straight people. That's who produce murderers. That's
hold on, stop. Hold
on. Wait. Let me. Right, Mr. Fantastic, please. I just gotta make sure she don't run from the question I'm asking.
The greatest people in the world.
Hold on, Sherelle, because you obfuscating now. So let me ask you a question based on the premise that you painted with the violence, which was good.
Yeah.
If you're predicating who likes who based on violence, women are most violent towards children. Is it because they don't like the children?
Yeah, I don't think they like their kids. Why you think y'all think that fuck them kids thing is a joke? But till you look at all the abused kids, till you look at the fact that pastor situation, that's so many black women situations. That's why I don't like that whole term of a desperate wife. What the fuck do you mean? You know, desperate wives let men fuck their kids. You know how many? You know how desperate she is to have that pastor in her life, that she knows that pastor is abusing that little boy, but she's gonna keep him around. A desperate asshole. That's what desperate hoes do. So yeah, very much. There's an issue with these women and what they're doing to these children. Hell yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, man, but come on now. The brother. Hold on. The brother fuckers can't produce the worst people because they can't produce people, Sherelle. Come on now. I know you're trying to defend your point. No,
gay
what?
Can
How?
produce kids.
Who? How?
A lot of gay men have kids.
No, a lot of gay men do not have kids. A lot of gay men do not have kids. Exactly, but what we know is that's a very small percentage.
Fantastic. A lot of men who have kids are gay. It's still a point.
No, a lot. Stop this a lot shit. No. Stop this a lot shit.
Mr. Fantastic, make your retort, then I want to get cheeky and Mr. Grant in.
Yeah, man, listen. This y'all done brought the brotherfuckers into this. This is a whole nother thing, man. She said some shit earlier. Listen. Yeah, shout out to Cheeky, shout out to HAMP. Yeah, a man won fucking Woman of the Year twice, but I ain't seen a nigga fly yet. That's my fucking counter. So until a nigga jump off the Empire State, hold on, nigga, this is my time. Until a nigga jump off the Empire State and don't hit the ground, it's some still impossible shit that exists.
It's coming.
Impossible.
You must ain't seen the. You must ain't seen
Mr. Grant up here yet.
The airbender boys on the thing. They be moving the fur.
Cheek first.
Hey, Grant, question. Hold on, Sherelle. Hey, Grant, how old are you?
49.
Is he a Mr.? I think so. See, Mr. Fantastic, we call Mr. Williams because we thought he was older. What did you think? It's your call. Do we call Grant Mr. Grant or what?
Yeah, Mr. Grant. He old fella. 49 is old fella.
All right. So Mr. Grant it is. Sorry, Mr. Grant. It is what it is, baby. Mr. Williams only 50, so we just thought he was 67. You see what I mean? So watch the screen with the $2 says, how can this be a real convo? Her chain. What? It's stupid. I'm 2 links with the $10 says, you can say that men laugh at feminists the way that women laugh at Menimists, but we all know what way of thinking has had a stronghold on mainstream thoughts for decades. As A with the $5 says, why have the wrong information at DJ? What was Sojourner's input? Because she is a black woman, right? Did we follow or did they? Is women's suffrage the same as the feminist movement?
It's a part of it. It's actually the ground roots of it. It's the beginning of it.
Isn't Sojourner the women's suffrage?
I think they give her some. They give her some credit to it, but she's mostly a slavery thing. Sojourner Truth was. I think they just adopted her in it because she was such a strong whatever thing.
Okay. Miss Peace with the $5 says, what can't women do that men can't? So this has been the question on the table. This is actually a question that Devin had asked that maybe we can get an answer to after we get Cheeky and Mr. Grant in. So we'll see. Tony, what's popping? Been a member for 23 months. Feminism today is based on female supremacy. They have all they need. Menimism is rooted in a more observable discrepancy in treatment and rhetoric. Aaron with the $2 says, so men are women's oppressors and saviors? Vet Life with the $10 says, fantastic is spot on. The quote-unquote black manosphere, contrary to popular belief, was created to help men navigate black men and family issues. Your kids, wife, money, child support, girlfriend, even baby mama drama. Aaron with the $2 says, back to men versus women, we ain't getting nowhere. No, Aaron, I think you got to listen a little bit more intently, especially since the subject is the subject. As Abe with the $5 says, black women's feminism were very different than white women's. Black women were simply fighting. Sojourner Truth had a different purpose for black women. Don't make us be in theirs. Callie with the $5 says, it's less about how many people support repealing the 19th and more about who in the government does. If you ignore things while small, it will grow. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Cheeky, what's goody?
What's good? How y'all feeling?
Good, man. What's popping?
Yeah, I think both the feminists and menist, and they're not necessarily fighting for rights more than they are cultural viewpoints, right? Because like when it comes to men, according to the book and law, we have all the same rights as females when it comes to children and child rearing and all that.
Technically,
in a lot of ways, men, when they do have children, they do give it to the mom. Like they make that responsibility, like in divorce. Because the stats show that they oftentimes give women the majority caretaking role. And we've already went through this, 2 weeks ago? That's just women natural being is what most men think. So the caretaker, of course, is going to take on the majority role of taking care of the child, and you should support her financially if you make that decision, which in most cases, statistically, they do.
Are you just in an interjection?
Yeah.
Now it's you, so I'm asking, but I'm more asking for the 400 people here too.
Sure.
You're saying give on purpose.
Yeah, I'm saying give, right? Like they're not taking, like in most cases, most men are giving the majority of their time or the children's time to the mother because that's the caretaker. They hold on to the same viewpoint that we do, which, or not we, but generally this space or this area does, is women are the natural caretakers. So why wouldn't they take care of the children most of the time?
Okay. Now, Cheek, one thing, like there's a few states that I know about particularly that when a person has, in terms of the law, right? When a person is the custodial parent, so the kid has to have an allocation about who they live with the predominant time, right? That goes into schooling and etc. That person is then privy to child support, right? Those things should essentially be separate. So as an example, let's say, I don't know, my wife and I divorced, right? She's the custodial parent. You know, so like in Texas, as an example, now she has the right for child support. But even if we're 10 days with me, 10 days with her, 10 days with me, 10 days with her. See, those type of disparities, I think, are what maybe men are pinpointing to say, hell, that shouldn't be an absolute thing.
So sure, that you can, I guess, make the argument for that, but that's not the argument that I hear for men that are saying that they're fighting for men, right? Most of the case, they're saying they can't see their child or that the woman is using a child against them, and the issue that they're going to have, which is the issue that most people who have a movement have, is prove it by the books. And by the book, you have the same rights as women. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to fight through the by the book and the cultural aspect of it. And in most cases, when it comes to divorce and stuff like that, that's handled outside of the courtroom. That's according to statistics. Most cases, when you're getting a divorce,
mediation,
statistically speaking, what's going on with the child is already determined by the mom and the dad. So we
true.
already know. If we already know that's most cases, the reason why most women have their child more often than or whatever the case is, because that's what the father wants, because they see themselves as the breadwinner and the woman as the caretaker. So this all goes back to how we view culturally.
Yeah, I see.
You know what I'm saying? So we're no longer fighting about rights. We're fighting about cultural presentation. The same thing applies with women and feminists. At this point, the same. At this point, women on paper have the same rights as men. They can say we get paid less, but okay, what's the disparity between that? Do you work as much? Do you work less? Do you get pregnant? All right. Now on paper, we can't. Right, we can't fire you for that. And
let me just say your theme, Cheek, right? Because that's the key. I want them to hear it. That the theme is, what are the societal norms, standards, what's generally accepted, right? Part-time. As an example, I own a moving company, right? And I had ladies, and I still have a few. They're good. Like, where we have different functions essentially.
Yeah.
Even in then they'll say sorry. They say sorry. Like say I'm working a job. Sorry, Ham. I got my period today. And I'm like, what you telling me for? What that got to do with these 60 boxes and these 30 pieces of furniture, right? But they would tell me, right, so I should be like, oh, well, you just moved the boxes today, as of a societal norm, essentially, because that's your overarching point. And to your point, the societal norms go into mediation, which is before you get in front of the judge. You literally tell the judge, here's what we decided on, and then the judge signs it off.
Yeah. So
to your point
again, when we're having this conversation about what are women fighting for, what are men fighting for? Well, they're fighting for social and societal viewpoints and norms. It's not even about legally in a lot of ways. In most cases, when you look these things up legally, you're going to have a hard time disproving it, because by the law, you're equal. And in most cases, right? There's fringes, but I'm just saying generally, that's just how that's going to go.
Yeah, I think it's a solid point, because even in those instances when I told that story before, Cheek, they'll be like, "Hey, come on," like, you know what I mean? I'm like, you a mover, like,
right?
So, yeah, okay. I think that's an interesting point. Does anybody have a condensed? Let me use words that maybe don't make sense. Condensed, acute.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I got you. So that's not true.
I'm not done. Concise.
What I'm trying to make it clear.
Succinct, short retort, reply, response to cheeky banter.
Yeah, so that's not true. The context of the reason why the legal process is very convoluted, as in the way you're trying to make it cut and dry to where dudes just agree to that point. Costs, likelihood of getting it. You'll hear a lot of family attorneys tell men not to really fight for the situation. So it's not just men are just giving up or giving the kids away. It's makes more sense in the long run for you to not waste money. And then furthermore, you don't have the same rights unless you're married. If you're not married, you do not have the same rights when it comes to childcare in at least, I want to say, 85+% of states.
Can I do a quick retort to that?
Yes.
Okay. 70% of women file for divorce. Also, it's not your kid if you're not married, because it's not. Let me not say it's not your kid. It's not. You don't have the same consequences to that child if you're not married. It's not the same. There's a difference between the two, right? When it comes down to it, women that have children and they have them without a man around, if that man is not there, that's still a child she's got to take care of. So the consequences vary off a little different. And the reason why I brought up 70% of women file for divorce is because that's all we know, right? So now you're trying to get into the weeds and details, but whenever we try to do that, how does that go, Hamp?
Brother.
Yeah, I don't know if I get a reply of this on Grant. Let go Grant go in because it's gonna be like a back and forth because like I got all the facts and data for what I'm talking about because I did it, I lived it, so I know the facts versus a motherfucker's opinions. But I'm gonna let Grant go and then Mr. Grant and then we'll get into it.
Why people gotta be motherfuckers?
I'm interested in the back and forth, man. I just want to play this sound. Go ahead, Mr. Grant. What's poppin'?
Nothing much. Thanks for having me again.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and change your name right now before you get used to it. Go ahead.
I would agree with Mr. Cheeky. I guess I can call him Mr. as well.
No, he's 26.
Oh, 26. Okay.
The boy is 35. Y'all gotta stop. Not be 26 for 16 years now. Y'all think he came here at 26? Come on now.
He's 28. But go ahead, Mr. Grant.
He's 30.
I would. I think from a standpoint for a single mother, correct, who had a child outside of marriage, correct. The legal correct. The standing would be if the child is being raised by the mother over a considerable period. The father hasn't demonstrated time with the child, and so when you're going in front of a magistrate, you're going to have a difficult time proving that you've engaged with your child long enough. In essence, the history would overwhelm the desire of the father. From a merely legal question, we can debate whether or not the father desires to be in the child's life in an equal basis or 50-50, et cetera. But that's an argument you have to have a lawyer for. You cannot be you can't live outside the house and spend no documented time with the child and then say you should get 50-50. That's a very hard argument. And I think we need to understand how the legal system works. We can say that that at time can be harmful towards men and men who want to be fathers, but there are legal thresholds that we all have to agree have to exist in order for us to have a system that generally works. But when it comes to fathers, when it comes to divorce, I do think men get sort of a bad rap, correct? And I think we can have a ton of arguments around how do we go about shoring up a system that makes it at least a little bit more equitable for fathers who genuinely are trying to, gain additional time with their children and also remediate or sort of remove some of the cost barriers of child support. And I think we should fight generally to make some of those rules change. And so I think we should be very, very honest about why we wanted those change, but we shouldn't try to chuck the whole system out, because I do think, generally speaking, there's enough thresholds that allows for us to work in the system.
You know what I find, Mr. Grant, when I assess just like anecdotally, like different cases. I don't know if y'all ever did it, like go to the courthouse, because you can watch any case. If the room is open, essentially, it's the judges are really making predeterminations about a lot of things, and they have presuppositions, and a lot of these judges have an antiquated way of thinking. I had a buddy who got jumped by 8 girls, legitimately, like getting beat. They hitting him with stiletto. He had stitches or whatever, and he punched one of the girls, knocked her out. As soon as the cop came, they arrested him, right? And then as soon as he got into court, he already got, he got it with the charges and everything, because they can't see that it's people fighting. They see a man fighting these women, you see? And because of the societal norms, right? It should have been he was in self-defense because it was 8 of them, right? Video evidence, the whole 9 yards, but they couldn't see it any other way than a man hit this girl, you see? And I think that's what happens with a lot of the judges too. For so long, they've been processing things in a particular way that they can't see it any other way. So I wonder, the legislation is very important, but also the people presiding make a huge impact. So now I want to go back to this real quick. Devin, what was that question you had asked? And then we're going to get Cheeky and Mr. Fantastic. Damn, Cheeky, he looking at you too. You see him staring at you like that? God damn, boy. Thought that was your man's.
He called him a motherfucker.
He did call him a motherfucker. That's true.
Yeah.
Damn, y'all was on the same basketball team and all that.
That's crazy.
I am not that old. I'm not Jesus.
No,
that's the woman upstairs.
Yeah, that's the man downstairs.
We was in ATL, asshole. We was in Atlanta playing ball. Weren't y'all on the same team? Yeah.
Yeah, we would.
Shaw was goody. So Devin,
Salute.
what was that question you had asked?
No, it was just simply what rights that men have that women don't. I would argue women have more rights than men today.
Can I answer that?
Oh, if you
Can I
argue
answer
that, tell me what rights do
No,
women have
answer my
over
question.
men.
I'll respond. Answer my question.
Oh
What
yeah.
rights do-
Okay, so the first would be equal pay, right? So we can come up with these analogies and things like that about women get pregnant, da, 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 da. But that's not what the studies are showing. It's that women are being discriminated against when it comes to equal pay, right? You can even have, I've seen it where women can have higher rank and still be getting paid less than a man, right? That's one, equal pay, right? Two is reproductive rights. When you are legislating against a woman's body and decisions what she does with her body should never be up for the man's debate.
And three?
We should never do that. Number three is sexual assault in the workplace. Women are dealing with that at alarming numbers.
Okay.
Okay.
Any more? Because Mr. Grant has some as well. So I want to name them. We don't need a whole lot of Sherelle, I'm not trying to stifle your context. I'm saying I want to get them first because we kind of understand it, and then we can get into it further. Any other ones? And then Mr. Grant said he had.
So just even when it comes to the disparities in health, the dying and the things, we just need more representation, and women are underrepresented in a lot of leadership in this country.
In terms of the health system?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Grant, go ahead. Now, Mr. Grant, you in the condense it crew now, okay? So this symbol, Mr. Grant, mean condense it, wrap it up, land the plane. All right. I usually do that to all the misters. For some reason, y'all talk long. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't think there's very many in the way of rights that women don't have that men have. I think that the movement in of itself is trying to, at least at a minimum, preserve the current structure and at least make some headway. I think it's reasonable. I think for those who think that because the rights have been granted at some period that they will last forever, I would just remind you they can easily be taken away. And I think for people who believe that are naive, there's a moment in the 1970s where Iranian women were free, and today they are covered and veiled and burqa'd, and they can't go to college. They actually can't become professionals for the most part. It can be taken away, and I just think we should be reasonable and rational to understand that you want your daughters to be able to go to school. You want your daughters to be able to vote. You want your daughters to have body autonomy, and it's reasonable to want that. To have these abstract thoughts and just pretend like these things can't be taken away, it's just an insane thing. And I think if you're for African Americans, tomorrow can change for us as well. That is not a victimhood. That is just how systems change, worlds change, and I think we just need to be cognizant of those sort of dynamics.
Okay. Devin, did you want to reply to any of that? It looked like Mr. Fantastic want to reply, and I'll get shot in with his thoughts, and then we can finish the back and forth with Cheek.
Yeah, no, I'll be quick. I'll handle with this. I'll go with Mr. Grant first because I think that one's simplest and easiest to dismantle. I think he's doing hypotheticals, things that don't happen in the United States. That's why he has to go reference other societies that have nothing to do with us in our country and things. And I think also his mindset always places women at a less than mindset. That they're somehow just going to be over and again, and that people aren't going to actually fight and support them with the rights they have now. Now going to Sherelle, equal pay, that's been debunked by a lot of economists when they actually throw in the time people work, the type of jobs people do. Like if you actually look at the type of jobs men do compared to women do, those jobs actually give more money, or the idea that women simply are more submissive and they are less confrontational, so they won't go ask for a raise half the time. That's a lot of things that's been debunked when it comes to equal pay. When it comes to reproductive rights, again, you have more reproductive rights than men. Like if once the seed has left our body, we have no say of what happens to that point.
To somebody else's body. Yeah, you have control over your body, right?
Okay,
but
again,
you also want to make laws.
You gotta let him get an unadulterated retort. He's responding.
Yeah. So then when it comes to reproductive rights, you like once the seed has left our body, we have no say of what happens to the kid. to the point of you can abort that kid even if we wanted it, and if we don't want it, you can still have it. We don't have that right at all. And then if you decide to have that kid, you can then put us on child support and have us put in jail. That's not if you at some point you can't be put in jail for your decisions, and nobody's putting women in jail for having miscarriage. That's equivalently like that's false. That's never happened. Two, another thing,
women go to jail for child
sexual
neglect.
assault. Another thing you said was sexual assault. Nobody has a right to sexually assault women. Nobody has a right to. We're talking about rights. You're talking about things that may have happened, good or bad, or just bad in general. But like that's not a right. There's laws in place that say sexual assault is bad, hands down, no question mark. Sexual assault is bad, and you go to jail if you sexual assault a woman. That argument has nothing to do with women's rights. And then when you come to leadership, why like this? That's when you're talking about privilege and stuff like that. It's like, why do you deserve to be put in leadership? Why don't you just create your own and then put yourself in leadership? Stop waiting for people to put you in leadership. And that's where I think a lot of this feminist movement comes into play, is you just want privileges without the responsibility of actually getting the stuff done to put your own self in a leadership position. So if you create your own company, you are the CEO, you are the boss. Like, what do you mean? You can be your own leader. Lead yourself in wealth, prosperity, and so forth. I think that kind of covers everything, and I'll leave it there.
Okay. Let's get up. Relly, Mr. Grant, y'all want to respond?
Wait, hold on. Wait, before you go any further, Mr. Fantastic, do you agree with Devin and what he just said?
Yeah, I got a couple of different points from what he said.
Wait, before you go into detail. Wait, no, because I don't want to disrelly all the way. I just wanted to know, do you
Cheek? That boy,
go ahead.
Yeah, that boy took a deep breath too, though.
I can get in after I spar. Because I got.
Hold on, Sherelle.
All right, you gotta go. Let me get Shy.
Go ahead. You gotta go.
Sherelle will remember what she wanted to say, and I hope Mr. Grant will remember. Shy, what's goody?
Salute. I'm gonna be short and quick because I gotta go spar at 2:30. Salute to you, him. You're the reason I've been boxing for 2 years.
Hey, man, I'm proud of you.
Really want to respond to Mr. Fantastic. And educate the game. You said about child support. That's wrong, sir. I have proof here. Termination of IWOs. I'm gonna send him the information. There's a difference between a support magistrate and a real judge, sir. A support magistrate doesn't have jurisdiction over you. You can challenge jurisdiction at any time. Child support is a voluntary contract that you have to agree to. That's food for thought. With this determination papers to show that I don't pay child support no more, and I represented myself. And I'll send you the paper. Knowledge is power, Mr. Fantastic. Peace.
No doubt.
I never said that wasn't the case. He's arguing something different, but I never said that wasn't the case. And I've actually said that child support isn't even real law. 4D isn't real law, and we know this. But hey, I guess me and him will meet again because I don't know where that came from.
Meet again is fucking crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I represented myself too.
That's how Bane talk.
Yeah, So yeah, to Devin's point, I gotta say, it's my turn. I was supposed to fucking retort.
No. You know what would be better? Let them respond to Devin, and then you can go, because I'm sure you could probably cover that part of the you know what I mean? Like, it's like a 2-on-2, Paul.
So Fantastic and Cheeky going.
Nah, you and Mr. Grant in response to Devin, and then I'm sure Mr. Fantastic will have a response to you guys talking to Devin in any kind of way. Him being a Menimist.
So who's going right now?
You or Mr. Grant? Let Mr. Grant go.
Okay. Mr. Grant.
Yeah, so I would say that to make the claim that something happens other places that is not valid just seems like an extraordinary thing. But at the end of the day, it's providing that things can change. And there's a ton of changes that are happening today that ultimately were previously in place and are obviously being taken away. And those things can happen. That's the ebb and flow. And just making the point that saying that you should remain vigilant doesn't seem like an extraordinary thing. And so I disagree fundamentally with that concept. And I think the other problem I have is that you're making the claim of like women have their own like body autonomy. They should, And I think the derangement of sort of being so, so maniacal on abortions just seems like the wrong way to go about how to make changes, correct? If you want to make changes around child support, you want to make changes around relationships, I'm happy to put forward an argument for the men and the women who believe in your ideology. You guys can corner yourselves off. You can marry each other's, family members. You can create this perfect world where you create the perfect women and you are raising the perfect men under your umbrella of your ideologies, and we can see how that world works out. But you can't just say every person, every woman should fit within your construct. And the whole reason that every woman should be covered under some basic framework within a country is important so they can make their own choices. And then you can corner off whoever you want, and you guys can all decide that you're going to live a particular way. We can call you guys, I don't know, Mormons. And then you can just sort of have your own structure. And then, you can prove out your point. I mean, it could work or doesn't work, but you can't force everyone into your frame of thinking, because that isn't the way that we should be engaging as humans. And so I just think that narrow way of just saying, I'm going to control you is a way that I think things should happen. And I'm just saying we shouldn't have those restrictions.
Autonomy argument. Sherelle?
Okay, yeah. So I think we could just do the correlations with the equal pay thing. As being a double minority, I understand. We relate to, as Black people, we can understand how something can look like it has rights on the books, but that system still has ways to make sure that the oppressed group remains oppressed, right? Which is why we have to make initiatives like DEI and different things like this to make sure that women can have, the opportunity to have jobs. And when you remove those programs, masses of women will lose the opportunities. That will show you that we actually are still being discriminated against in the workplace by our gender. Yes, it is not legal to sexually assault a woman, but the culture and the environment that is being normalized that makes it okay to sexually assault women is something that feminism fights against. What else did you say? Also, men ejaculating is a male function. Women getting pregnant is a female function. Females should be in control of their functions, and you should be in control of your functions. We should not make a legislation to say y'all should not nut. What if we made that legislation that if you nut, you go to jail? I remember God killed the nigga for nutting. So what if we made legislations on y'all nutting? I'm just
I gotta get involved with shit like that,
so
man.
I'm just saying. So at the end of the day,
Sherelle, that he got in trouble for not nutting
in the woman and not getting her pregnant and throwing his seed on the ground.
So what I'm saying is, you don't think he's gonna get in trouble for wanting to kill the baby? You saying you want to nut in a woman and then you don't want the baby to come?
No, what we're saying is that you can't get pregnant without the man's nut. So it's part and partial. It's not. Hold on. It's not your function.
Yeah. Hold on.
It's not your function.
If you fantastic. Let me finish the damn.
So getting pregnant is a man function?
Yes, Sherelle, the example you used from the Bible, literally, he got in trouble for not impregnating her. This is a mutual function. That those people get pregnant. That's how that works.
No. Men
so
never
when my wife gets pregnant, we're pregnant. You know that, right?
She's pregnant.
Okay. I'm just saying the Bible reference hurt your argument. That's all. I know how you was using it.
He nutted and he got killed for it. So that's the basics of it. Now, secondly, men never get pregnant. There has never
carry a
in
baby
history been a pregnant man. First of all, women have to receive the sperm. There is actual things in our body fighting to kill your sperm. We have to be able to receive it. It's a lot of the process that goes in it. Every time you nut in a woman, it just don't just go through like that. It don't. Okay? So that is her bodily function. If her body chooses to receive, sometimes women bodies say, I don't want to receive this, and they have miscarriages. Oh, I don't want to carry this to term. They have miscarriages. That is all a woman bodily function, and men
What
should
does
have
it do
no
with the
say
rights?
so in what a woman body does. Just like we cannot control y'all nut. I cannot walk up to no man and be like, give me that sperm. We just can't. We just don't have control over your sperm. So why do you think you need to have control over our bodies? You control if you give that yucky yuck away. You wanted to be Johnny Appleseed. You was all across the country, Mr. Fantastic. Okay? Y'all could do the HAMP way and go get a vasectomy. Or he had 12 kids by now. You know what I'm saying? So all we just saying is that is your responsibility. We don't get to tell you what you could do with that penis. So why are you telling us what to do with our wombs? You don't have a womb. Womb decisions should be to womb people. If you don't have a womb, you should not be making womb decisions. And that's
Okay,
just that on that.
All right, cool. All right, great.
If you want to give
Jesus
away
Christ.
your juice and spray the holes down, that was your decision.
Come
Nobody
on. All right,
made you
all right.
give your juice
Let him
away.
reply. Let him reply.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so to the let's go number by number. So the Devin covered the thing, but the shining example of why gender pay gap is bullshit is Asian women. Asian women out earn all men except Asian men. Okay. So the fact that Asian women out earn whatever percentage it would be, okay, except one group of men, is proof that the gender wage gap is bullshit. That's mathematically, that's factually, that's whatever the way you want to try and look at it. That one's covered. The job thing, women have the most protections. Was it Title IX and other things, like you said, even on the job legislation was made specifically, sexual harassment legislation was made specifically for women. You're never going to completely and totally erase anything that's bad in the world. So your rights are covered, again, by men. Men are protecting women from vile men. Thirdly, the other one was what did you say? Leadership or health, right? What was it, Terrell? Health leadership or health something? Health representation,
Yeah,
right?
it's like we don't have the representation in the health systems.
Cool. Well, again, you don't fucking need it. Women live the longest. Fuck are you talking about? Women live the longest. What are we saying? Women have the highest lifespan in all groups. Okay? Women live the longest. And women die less than men do. Okay? Men die more, be it either natural causes or unnatural. And women live the longest. So if we just looking at that from a outcome perspective, there's way more women specific. There is no fucking gynecologist. There's a gynecologist though. Okay.
And gynecologists are sexually assaulting the women.
That again, that's you gotta stop using the 0.0001 percentage.
You just use Asians. I'm so sick of y'all using 0.110.
Well, that's a whole Asians. What are you talking about? Asians? What are you talking about? That's a group of women.
What percentage of Asians live in this country out of the 100?
5.
Yeah.
5.
By the way, there's a urologist for men.
Yeah, urologist. Yeah.
You don't know what you be talking about, bro.
Yeah, urologist. Hold on, is a urologist only for men? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
no, is urologist only men though? Is it only men?
Yes, urologist goes to the prostate. They handle all that.
Yeah, but even that, right? You only see him if you got problems. A woman see that motherfucker every year.
No, we
only or every 2 years.
If we got problems.
No.
Exactly. It's no schedule. It's no scheduled thing for a man. Doesn't see a urologist until he has an issue. A woman has to see a fucking gynecologist scheduled. That's a fact. All bullshit aside.
Given the amount of ED in America, I'm pretty sure you have to go to a doctor for many.
Well, your urologist ain't gonna help you with that, brother. That's something different.
That's who you go to for it.
He gonna give you them pills. That's about it. He ain't gonna. He can't stop it.
I think a good point is though with the amount, especially for black men, as we are, it seems like we have a presupposition, I guess,
for prostate cancer.
Yeah, we probably should be going to see him, but because
but have you still wouldn't do that until a certain age, and unless your family tree has it. So that's what I'm saying. Urologist is not as used of a specialist.
It's not commonplace. It's not a schedule.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not the same as a gynecologist is. And then of course,
I guess
of course,
Grant's
most,
simply saying, Mr. Fantastic, that maybe it should be given the amount of issues.
well, no, it still wouldn't be. It's still because again, if you did prostate cancer, it's a very small percentage of people.
I don't want
What
to
I-
talk about. I don't want to talk about the dick doctor no more. To be honest.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, exactly. So there's no dick doctor because again, the women have to see him or her for not only their vaginal issues, but to get pregnant. Most OBGYNs, that's why they call it OBGYNs / gynecologists. They're tandem, right? Oh, why are you looking like that, Sherelle? I know you ain't never had no baby, but that's how it goes. Hell,
You
was
think
your
people have to go
motherfucking
to the doctor to get pregnant?
No, yes. 99% of births
All
are
they
had in
need
the
is some
hospital.
fantastic sperm. Nobody
Whoa,
going to
whoa,
the
whoa!
doctor.
Chill out. No, we talking about the process. We talking about the outcome, not the process, genius. I'm talking about having the baby. Once a woman knows she's pregnant, she's supposed to go to the hospital. She's supposed to have an OBGYN
Yeah,
that's making sure
somebody delivers
prenatal.
the baby.
Yeah, I got you, but that's what I'm saying. So that's way more used than the opposite for the men. But anyway, to the birth point of it, right? The women is not your body. It is not your body. Your body is shared, and your body only becomes a shared body once you connect with a man's body. So that's the point of what Devin's making, and you guys can't have it that way to say, oh, well, this is mine and mine only, when you can't do it individually. So
No,
being
it's
the fact
my
that
body. It's always my body. That's why you
no.
women can get rid of kids and still live because the bodies are
Yeah,
not connected. Actually,
I got you, and that's
your
where
thing feeding off my shit and wanting that my womb to create you. You're just a
yeah, I
little
got you.
parasite. We all start at
No,
little
it's not. It's not.
parasites.
Well,
And
that's crazy.
it's up to
No,
our
humans aren't.
parents
No,
to give us
humans aren't
everything we
parasites.
need.
No. Fetuses aren't parasites, by the way. But fetuses aren't parasites.
How do
But
they grow? Don't they suck?
well,
the
it's not parasitic because again, you're creating life. So if that by that logic, all reproduction would be parasitic, and that's not the case. A parasite is something where it's already living for the most part, and then it's feeding off another living host, like a tick, or or even like a disease or a virus or something, right? So it's two things that we'll get into that later. But so and then to Mr. Grant's point, yeah, that's not again, bro. You got the same spirit from yesterday. We not going back in chains, brother. Ain't no white man finna call me boy and spit in my face ever in life, okay? Or my sons or grandsons or whatever. We never going back to slavery. So this shit, this idea that things can get reversed, not here. Iran, Iraq, Sudan, all that shit, that's totally different culture. Yeah, okay, it happened in Afghanistan once we pulled out of there, pause, right? We are not reverting to slavery or women's suffrage in America. It is not going to happen. The robots will take over first. I'm done.
Damn. Okay, let me read these real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did I read this one? Did I read this one? Oh, yes, I did. Ellen with the $5 says, first, you need a DNA test. And even still, women have more rights than men when it comes to the children if they are his. Men are under attack. Mrs. Monte with the $5 says, married women have to have their husband's permission to get their tubes tied, but men can get a vasectomy whenever they want. Reproductive rights. That's not true. So if you're too young, the doctor actually will not do it for you. And they actually wait for you to get older, and they'll push back against you and not do it for you. Also, if you're too young and you don't have kids. Also, when I got my vasectomy, and I have a lot of kids, right? When I did the consultation, they said that you should, in this particular offer, they said that she had to be there. So he didn't say she has to sign off on it, but you see, there's several parameters put in place to where they're making sure that this decision is the right one. So just in terms of the consultation I had, anecdotally speaking. And yeah, with the $5 says, the pay gap mainly points to women and black people not negotiating their salaries enough. My friend doubled her offer with shares when she negotiated. Okay, and that was a point that Devin had made. 2K.
I like that shit, bro.
Ladies have women study. There is no class or course you can take to study men.
That's
Get
like
the
Black
light
History Month.
up for my dog.
Thank you, Turkey.
Salute. 2K with the $10 says, women are just vending machines that talk back. I wish they would stop. Callie Bev with the $5 says, so men don't go to the doctor like they should, ellipsis. Just like we've been saying, it always comes back around. Fetus are parasitic, by the way. Well, no, Callie, we were talking about the urologist specifically. The recommendation for men is to go at a particular age because certain things start to increase in terms of detriment. You know?
That's the recommendation. Mr. Fantastic said, wait till you
regardless
get
the
sick.
point. Well,
He said,
regardless
wait
of the
till
point, he was highlighting that women have a specialist to deal with their genitals, and
Yeah.
men don't. But come to find out, that's wrong.
No,
So,
urologists work with women also. They help with reoccurring UTIs, bladder control problems,
And that's what I thought. A urologist isn't urology is not just for men. That's so I wasn't sure, but shout out to Devin.
Yeah, Devin, I think because you're saying urine, you're out. That's how I'm like, because I ain't feel like
urinary tract. Both men and women have urinary tracts. So, like I fucking said, Fantastic was right. Thank you, Devin.
To the penis, yeah, okay.
Brother. All y'all need to go to the damn doctor.
wrong.
All of y'all need to go to the.
He was right.
He was right. Nah, based off of what he
I'm
just said,
fucking
he's
right.
He's
There's no
right.
penis doctor. There is no fucking penis doctor. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What's the nigga name that check your prostate?
It's a urologist as well.
You got to check his credentials.
He don't exist. He don't exist for me.
What about the prostate doctor?
Y'all know my take on it. He don't exist.
You better go get that shit checked.
Hey, listen, they better take that blood and put me in a CAT scan. That's my name, not doctor named CAT scan. That's who check my shit.
What giving y'all the penicillin when y'all catch them
CAT
STDs?
scan or casket, huh, Mr. Fantastic?
Hey, CAT scan or casket, baby.
I'm 2 links with the $5 says if men's reproductive rights should end after ejaculation, like Sherelle is implying, we should never hold men to any standard of fatherhood, right?
No, your ejaculation just said, I want to be a father. You ejaculating into a womb says, I want to create life. Boop.
And me ejaculate, and you allow me to ejaculate inside you needs you to be a mother and not abort your child and take responsibility too, right?
Me saying I want to keep this child makes me a mother.
It's different. It's different. Okay.
Yeah, because that's my body autonomy. And your body autonomy is different than mine.
So you're saying the right to choose ends when he ejaculates inside of her. Her right to choose begins once she gets officially pregnant.
No, she had a choice to get ejaculated in.
See,
she
more
have
rights.
Women have a lot of choices.
Oh, so she got rights. His rights end as soon as he ejaculates.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's where the rubber meets the road. The conversation is about rights.
Yeah.
So what he was asking was, what rights don't women have?
We just said it. Y'all just don't want it. But don't look.
No. Listen. Right. So that one kind of that right exists. The woman actually has more right of refusal to choose or not. When you're talking about the job, when you're talking about the jobs, I understand you saying the letter of the law may not manifest in how like things come about, right?
Yeah.
For women, but they have the rights to these jobs, right? I think you're asking for equality of outcome, which would be unrealistic.
That's what they're pushing for. That's what their fight is for, to keep on progressing that. Yeah.
How can you guarantee equality of outcome though? Really,
it's no guarantees in this thing. The fight for liberation.
But that what the fight would be, right? What you saying?
The fight for liberation is just a continued fight, right? To change the minds, to keep on fighting for it, right? So when we were free, then all of a sudden they came out with a police force and slave catchers, and all of a sudden we could go to jail for jaywalking, right? Because some way they're gonna try to find a way to get free labor for us. We have to keep on pushing when you're oppressed people. You have to keep on fighting for liberation. The fight for liberation never stops until you're not oppressed. So as an oppressed class, your whole life is a fight. Your whole life is a fight.
So
and then
I'm done.
Go ahead.
I ain't saying
another thing too.
Cheek, after you go listen to Mr. Grant in, he did the
no, I'm just saying, remember, Evan and Mr. Fantastic think that I sound like we agreed that women don't have any rights, or they do have the same rights as men, right? There's nothing according to the law that they have any rights that men don't, right? That's an agreement. He agreed. He's repeated it. Devin has repeated it. I asked Mr. Fantastic, did he agree? He said he did. That's all I'm saying. Just remember that.
No, technically they have more. I was making points that.
Now you're saying he has.
Yeah, but no, No, just real quick. Either way, yeah. But most importantly, I think that before y'all get into this, we can make a juxtaposition of a comparison of women's rights if we're talking about oppressed women, like Mr. Grant brought into the case. If we want to look at women of the Middle East, women in Africa, women that actually do not have rights, and there's legislation against women's rights. So if we're talking specifically about women living here where we are, that's proof positive evidence right there as to how different it is when you look at these countries and these cultures to where women can't be outside without a man in certain situations. Women can't be outside and they can't dress freely without consequence, heavy consequence, possibly even physical harm or worse, right? So that's where you guys' arguments fall apart, because you live in a country where these are the most liberated women on the planet.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I told him.
Wait, Sherelle, before you just remember that he said that. Mr. Grant.
Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting take. I want to first address the Asian women. Asian women still make significantly less than their Asian male counterparts. So when we're talking about a comparative way of wage, we're talking about given the same job, are women making less? And in this particular case, we're using Asian women. So we already said it. We already set the table that Asian women make money. And yet, even when they're more educated, they have the STEM degrees that everyone talks about, correct? And they get the jobs that everyone's saying is the future. And they still make about 10, 15, 20% less than their male counterparts. All I'm just saying is making the comparison of highly skilled, concentrated group, and then go with this broad idea of all women who don't have a similar, or a broader population who don't have a similar cohort, correct, of education. It's just it's not how you do comparison analysis. That just doesn't work that way. I can understand you coming up with a different argument, but that argument just doesn't work in this particular case.
So, Mr.
I think we
Grant,
should be mindful of trying to make those arguments.
Okay, so Mr. Grant, you're simply saying Asian men make more than them with a similar, and they're in the same cohort as them. Yes. And so when you're comparison to the equivalent, it's not
shouldn't be
adding
race.
up.
It's gender.
But when you're
it's not race.
And so hold on, right? When you're comparing to their equivalent, education, etc., they're not getting paid the same. That's how you bear out that statistic. That analysis. Are you saying that? But so I guess my question is, they are making more money than all the other men, though, because it's a gender. Right?
Yeah, the rest of the other men are stupid compared to them, correct? Like no. You don't have a PhD, correct? Like if they're getting postgraduate degrees in engineering, and you don't,
can y'all hear me?
You're dumber than them. And
so you're gonna make Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I know you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Well, it needs to be interrupted because it does compare. Because I'm pretty sure if you compare white men PhDs to Asian women PhDs, the white men outnumber them. The white men outnumber them.
He's saying white men outnumber
them. Can you hear me?
Education.
Yeah, we can hear
you.
That
they're making more than them.
Oh, you're breaking up.
He's saying
can
that.
Can you hear me now? Am I back?
Yes. Yeah, you're back.
What the fuck is going on? Can you hear me?
You're driving. Your internet
Slow
is
down.
down.
You good?
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. I know. So hold on. So let me finish. No, I'm not good because I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'm gonna say it again, right? So again, white men outnumber Asian women. White men outnumber Asian women in numbers of the equal degrees, right? And we know there are more CEOs that are white men. The highest percentage of CEOs are who, Cam?
White men. All
right. So don't give me that bullshit and try to turn it around. No. Asian women even out-earn white men who have the highest, the most volume at the highest paid things. So no, what I said is accurate. We're talking about women and men. Go ahead.
You just made my point. This isn't a meritocracy. Asian women and Asian men are the most highly educated. From a meritocracy, white men shouldn't be at the top. So the point being that there are structural problems in the system that allows less educated in a meritocracy that ultimately does away with a system that puts white less qualified men in positions of power, even though you just use Asian women and Asian men, and we've already said it, they make the most money, they're the smartest, correct? And yet they aren't achieving at the highest levels when you take a look at the people who have the requisite educational level to be at the top. And yet they're not necessarily dominating in those spaces because, I'm just gonna say it, there may be some structural problems in a system that are beyond the focus of rights. And so in order to remediate that, you have to come up with ways in order to chip away at systems that rewards people who may not be highly qualified, and people who are clearly more qualified aren't getting those positions, correct?
Wait, before you go any further, wait, before you go any further, Mr. Fantastic, do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagree with the statement, but the reality of the what's name is that's not what's happening. It's not accurate. The white people is not a meritocracy. It's like you said, it's qualifications based. The Asians clearly have, like you said, a specialized thing in STEM in those areas. What I'm saying is they're equally still going to be represented because of their, like Sherelle said, they're only 5% of the population. So even though they're extremely top heavy in the highest paid industries, when it comes to volume, they still don't compare to white men. There's still far more white men than Asian men and women combined in the same fields, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay,
so if you have that,
he's using one-to-one.
Yeah, I get what he's saying.
He's
using one-to-one. So how many? What do you think the percentage of people that are CEOs and stuff? What do we think that's above 10%
for white
lower
men?
For just in general, how many CEO positions do you think fill? Probably
5%.
less than like.
What you say? Are you saying company? So
okay,
CEOs represent 1% of the workforce, less than 1% of the workforce, right?
Okay.
Very, very small percentage. These are most of these are not because of meritocracy or before a racial thing. Most of these things are, you got to think. Let's just talk about certain companies like JP Morgan, right? If there's a Morgan alive, he's going to be on the board somewhere. He's going to have the choice to pick who
just by the nature of him having it. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So these are white most of these are white companies, and if the majority of people that are still going to be at the top are going to be white people. You're going to have some Asians there, you're going to have some black people there, but still, because of sheer volume, it's not a racial thing just as to where those people are qualified too. And now you're telling that the 5% is ever supposed to match the 90-some%? No, it's never going to happen.
Well, it's not that. Is if you're picking based off of the most qualified or the most accredited or the most the highest point, which was your whole point of bringing up Asian women and men, that means that we should see all Asian CEO men and women, but we're not going to see that.
No, that's not. That doesn't correlate in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Chief.
Okay, but no, I'm with you. Well, let me make it clear. I understand your point. I'm pointing to what Mr. Grant is saying, right? If we're saying,
I'm saying that point is false. His point is false.
Okay, well then go ahead. Explain. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a CEO is not just your intelligence. It's your business acumen. It's your proven track record of running a business. So you can be good as fuck in STEM and be the smartest person on the earth and be a horrible CEO and not be a CEO candidate, is what I'm saying.
Just like Elon Musk.
Well, hold on. So no, Elon Musk is a fucking genius, and Elon Musk is a proven businessman, and he's making money.
Elon. Come on.
Well, I mean, what are we saying? I mean, you cannot like him, but to say that he's not is crazy. But either way, right? To say that he's not is crazy. But the motherfucker's gonna be a trillionaire. I mean, it's never been a trillionaire to live. Please. But anyway, y'all brought it up. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. A person's ability to run a business and intelligence or education are not one and one. It's not the same, bro.
Yeah, it seems when I'm hearing it, right? It seems like it's. So is it merit based or not?
It's not.
It's skill based. It's not merit. It's your ability.
Yeah, I'm conflating the terms skill, merit. It kind of sounds like that's the argument being made, essentially, because white women out earn black men. And so we're saying why? It's because of the level of acumen.
Because they have skill, acumen, skill, acumen, volume, all those different things play a role. Yeah. It's just that even though the Asians have a very, very small population, they overrepresent in the highest paid of fucking things.
I wasn't even asking. It was rhetorical.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, no, it was rhetorical for Mr. Grant too, and Mr. Fantastic. Yeah, all the misters, it was rhetorical. So I'm just listening to it, right? And I'm thinking it seems more merit based, especially when you start comparing the groups. The men are being outdone by women because we're arguing gender pay gap.
Thank you, Ham. That's what
So
I'm saying. If there are a group of women,
men on several levels.
Yeah, if there are a group of women that out earns a group of men, if they're by that logic, there should never be any group of women out earning any group of men for any reason, is what I'm saying. So that's why that's another just easy debunking point.
Because the argument is pigeonholed, Mr. Grant, to gender pay gap. See, that's the question on the table.
But that doesn't work. That's like saying that there are black men who make an extraordinary amount of wealth and are correct. Who let's take Dave Chappelle. He owns all of Ohio, correct? And he can kick white people off his land. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that the underpinnings of discrimination within racial discrimination with African Americans doesn't exist, because you can pick these higher end outliers.
But we're not.
The reality is.
Well. One, I understand your point if it was instrumental to the conversation. However, we're not using the top of the top. We're just saying black men versus white women. On average, white women make more.
White women are more likely to come from families that are going to be in a middle tier. You're already going to have a leg up. You're going to go to schools that are in suburbs. You're going to have access typically to places and to people who are going to give you a leg up.
You're just telling us why.
Yes.
And they will have the same over Asian men. They will have the same over Asian men, yet Asian men out-earn them.
White men have it over Asian men. That it has nothing to do with skill. You just proved the point again.
No, I didn't, because the Asian man out-earns the white man. If the white man out-earned the Asian man, you have a point.
Cohorts within the same grouping, correct? White men are dumber than Asian men. We already know that. When it comes to educational attainment, Asian men outdo white men.
Hold on.
But you can't say that, though.
Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. Hold on, Mr. Fantastic.
You can't say that.
But you're
make more money
flipping.
than a guy who's a plumber.
But you're flipping between arguments, though. Right?
Wait.
So what you just said was the white women come from more affluent backgrounds than black men, right? And then you went back to the dumber argument, right? Yes. Which is separate from affluent. You see? So when you make the affluent argument, are white people more likely to come from affluent backgrounds and also benefit from nepotism than Asians?
Yes.
And yet the earnings don't reflect that. See, you're making a bunch of arguments.
We're talking about two separate things. We're talking about cohorts, correct? You could talk about
just that you're saying all these things.
Averages looks at everyone from the bottom to the top, correct? So let me help you. That's an average. We're talking about people in a strata. We're talking about everyone who has a postgraduate degree, who are most likely to be eligible to be in the C-suite, correct? Mm-hmm. In those groupings, there is no one who is dumb and poor because you've made it to the C-suites. The fact that you are in the C-suites and or have gotten postgraduate degrees, that puts you in a much different strata. Yeah. And what I'm saying is within this strata, and only this strata, I'm not talking about hood boogers, correct? I'm talking about only people who've achieved something. This group
is overrepresented by white.
There's an overrepresentation.
No, it's not. And that's what I'm telling you. No, there's an overrepresentation of Asians because the Asians have the smallest percentage. So you're literally, hold on. You're literally saying it wrong. If they only represent 5% of the total population and they got to be 20 to 30% of higher earners, when we know the white people outnumber them, yet and still they're being outperformed by the Asians, you're proving my point. The overrepresentation is not, hold on, I'm almost done. The overrepresentation is not the white people and cannot be the white people off of sheer volume alone. Being that white people outnumber Asians, they outnumber us by 5. So that means they outnumber fucking Asians by damn near 9 or 10.
So you proved my point. You proved my point.
You don't know what overrepresentation means.
Okay, so here's hold on.
You don't know what overrepresentation means.
Wait. I'm going to pull up. Wait. Grant. The way to help this is pull up the stats, right? All right. I just put what percentage of CEOs are white men. Approximately 85 to 88% of Fortune 500 CEOs are white men.
Yeah.
Diversity has increased slightly with about 7% to 10% of positions held by women and roughly 10 to 11 held by minorities. So if let's clear that up. Only 10 to 11 are held by minorities. That would include Asians.
So
in recent reports, right? Oh, no, then that's the thing. They're not 10% Asian. It's
no, each,
minorities.
right? So 7 to 10% for
yeah.
women, and then
right. All right.
Okay.
So the demographic of the top corporate elite remains overwhelmingly dominated by white males. Right. Key statistics and CEO demographics: persistent dominance in 2020. About 85.8% of Fortune 500 companies were white men. A slight decrease from 96.4 in 2000. Recent trends as of 2022. Approximately 88.8% of CEOs, CFOs, and COOs in the Fortune were Caucasian. Top company snapshot, and I'm just reading. I'm almost out. I promise. These 2 more points. In 2023, 36% of top 5 Fortune 50 Fortune 500 were led by white men. Gender and race breakdown. While white men hold a vast majority, other groups in the 2020 include white women at 6.8, East Asian at 2.4. Latinx at 3.4 and African American at 1%. So Latinx is higher than Asian actually when it comes to CEO, COO, and the C-suite.
Yeah, this is because it's a C-suite, right? So that's what we're looking at, but we're looking at gap with gender gap, right? And so what we found based on this analysis is that education, merit, and skill closes or destroys the gap, right?
Thank you. Thank you. It does. Hold on. And furthermore, not only that, Hamp, as you said, it's still going to be, it's not, just real quick, bro, it's not overrepresentation or racism. Y'all keep acting like there still isn't 90% of white people at the top. Even though Asians overrepresent in the PhD and so on and so forth, bro, they're still the smallest percentage of PhDs and fucking highest education. That's a fact, because and they don't have a choice because they only represent 5% of the whole population. So when you compare them, the majority of the PhDs and high level and doctors and all these different things is still going to be white men because white men just dominate everybody in volume. Same thing with white women. Y'all trying to turn it into a racial thing when it's not racial. You literally prove my point because the skill, even at the skill level, the people that obtain the skill the most are going to be predominantly white. And we know the numbers are going to shrink the higher you get.
So let me help.
Well, before we go further, wait. Hamp, the thing that you pointed out, which should offset the volume of whiteness, should be skill, should be what you just named, right?
Yes.
So why, even if there's
not
an
true.
Hold on. I'm saying that yes, there should be an offset, right? And then what percentage of those people were Asian?
2.4.
2.4, and they're what? 4 or 5% of the population.
Yeah,
I mean, and you're looking at CEOs, right? So we understand the dynamics. I wonder what happens when the leadership levels, you know,
right? So
CEOs is just a little bit different of an animal, right? I know CEOs, a lot of CEOs are visionary, and then you know what I mean. They may not even have all the functionality, but they can see it. They can galvanize people. They can do it. They can have the conversations well. You know, just being in different board meetings, things of that nature. But I wonder if you just look at like the leadership and the tiers of a company. You know,
I think that's where Fantastic is saying just by sheer numbers there won't be. Yeah, just by sheer numbers there won't be enough Asians, even if you
to cover
even if we take the right. So that's Fantastic
CEOs.
point.
Yeah.
Right, that's fantastic.
So 2 point. Okay. So take this walk. We walking together. So 2.4 seems like a lot then, especially since how many fields do they go into as considered community?
Exactly. So that's Fantastic's point is 5% of the population representing 2.4 is pretty high. Yeah. Right. Like I don't know how to break that down as far as
you're right, especially since they don't work in all industries. Because we're saying CEOs they only work across all industries.
Yeah.
So 2.5 seems pretty
it's a lot actually. So Fantastic.
That's not how you do stats, correct? That's not how you do analysis. Like you can't say they're 2% of the population. I agree with you, Banter. I'm just saying.
No, wait. We're not disagreeing. I'm just breaking it down because it's a lot going on, and I want each person's point to be understood. Fantastic's point is, no matter how you can be the most special of special agents, because it's a limited amount, just generally speaking, it will be, and there's more positions to fill than there are you as human beings, is what Fantastic point is.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Grant, what is your point to counter that point?
Yeah, it doesn't. In essence, even if you have that case, if you have more of a smaller group, they're going to end up having a higher percentage. That would be like saying that African Americans should only make up 13% of the NBA. Yet we know that the skill set in and of itself produces a higher likelihood of them being in the basketball. You could cap them at 13% because they only make up 13% of the population. But that would be an insane thing to come out statistically, because you have all this other evidence that they're overwhelmingly outproducing or outperforming in relationship to their population percentage. But let me just stop there, because we don't have to talk about Asians. We can just talk about PhDs with white men and do a direct correlation. I realize we all need to put on our white men capes and save them from themselves and being harmed by black racists. And I'm going to be one today. But they only make up 50% of PhDs, which means a direct corollary would be that they would at least be within a +2 to 5 percentage point within that. If you're talking about distribution of outcomes, and I get it, it's a struggle to be a white man, and you got to be a black man, and you got to throw on your cape to save them from all the races. But I'm just pointing out that if we're talking about outcomes, you're pretending like that numbers matter, and then don't use actual percentages and numbers, then what are you talking about? I just think that at some point, saying that white men somehow are just more CEOing is insane. Because the moment someone says that black men can't be CEOs, everyone in this room will go, no, we're smart. But how do you get the smart black men if your position point is that white men are just better CEOs and that they're able to think more? Either you believe as a black person you're able to think more, or you don't. I'm in the camp that you can, and there's enough information out there that says that the distribution of outcomes do not appear that they should be at an 80% proposition that you're pointing out, and that there are clearly reasons why this is happening, and to deny them is just putting your head in the sand.
Okay, so again, you said this, right? So I'm taking your numbers being that you said that this is valid. You said white men, not white people, make up 50% of PhDs. Did you not? That's accurate.
Yes,
50% of the entire pool
white people,
of PhDs.
White
people or white men. That doesn't seem accurate to me. That doesn't seem. It seems like white men would be way more accurate.
Okay, so I have the stats right here, right? It says right here, in 2021, the majority of U.S. Doctorate recipients were white, approximately 63, the whole race, followed by Asian, right, Asian at 13, black at 10, Hispanic at 9. Women earned 47% of all doctorates in 2023. I think that's a big deal. I'm gonna repeat it again just for clarity. Women earned 47% of all doctorates in 2023. While about 2% of the U.S. population holds a PhD, they are often clustered in specific cities and STEM fields, with non-resident international students making up a significant portion of graduates.
All right, let's go. So we got that. Does that help us? What we doing?
So white people, so the majority of would be white women, but still then next would be white men. And then we said Asians, 13%. We're sticking on all Asians. So either way it goes, 50 to 13 is like what? 3 point something times the number. It's 3 times more. You guys are ignoring the volume. Okay? Just like you finally got to what an overrepresentation means, right? All right. So overrepresentation, they're already overrepresenting in PhDs because we're looking at the entire what they represent in the population, right? Which is 5%. And then they have 13% of the PhDs, means they overrepresent in PhDs. We agree there, correct? Just like black men overrepresent in the NBA. We agree there, correct? So back to the original point, Fantastic was right. Because like I said, they're 5% of the fucking population, right? So if 5% of the population, and let's cut it in half for Asian women, because we just half and half, this is how it go, right? 2.5% of the women in the Asian category out-earn white men by a lot, by a whole lot, despite them having the advantages you saying they got. Despite them being the most CEOs, despite them having the most PhDs, despite them having all the things you're saying they having, There's no way to justify Asian women out earning white men. No way possible. There's no way. They have the most millionaires, the most billionaires, the most everything, but Asian women are out earning them. What are we talking about here? Why is this an argument?
Because it's the median.
Because
They
they
out earn dumb white people. That's obvious. There's a lot of them. Like,
I
there's so
see.
many of them. You're gonna
Even if the median. If you have a higher median, if you have a higher median, hold on, bro. If you got a higher median, what does that mean? Hold on. If you have a higher median.
The median is not the average; it's the
But
middle.
it's based on the volume of people, right?
No,
So
no,
if
wait,
it's-
no.
You're not listening.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta. Don't make me have to. I gotta be more rigid now. I don't want to. There's a little bit of belligerency happening. So, Mr. Fantastic, I guess the point is there's so many poor white folk that they're gonna drag that number to the fucking dumps.
That's the point.
So the only reason why they make more on average is because there's so many poor white men.
No, that is not what I'm saying. And I think
I'm just making
that's the conclusion that me and Hamp were coming to.
If you want, but I want you to open.
So wait,
hold on.
Before
Now,
you skirt
Mr.
past that,
Grant,
Grant,
let me just
listen to what he's saying.
Please don't get into the belligerent people. Okay. All right. So I'm just saying, even when I'm just listening to that, because I heard Relly saying it, I just wanted to say that part, not making that Mr. Grant's argument a part of the conversation. And Mr. Grant, you could unadulterated say what you want to say in terms of the point you were making. Go ahead.
Can I say something?
No, bro. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
We're talking only about we're talking about discrepancies, and we're talking about representation. We're not saying that there aren't good outcomes. I think the difference is we're trying to say that there's this average, and then that average in of itself, and that if someone is above it, that there aren't systemic problems. If we can just say for a second that yes, there are medians, correct, that people can overachieve. But if you're looking within a cohort in which there aren't any bad actors, there aren't any bad data points in the higher echelons of education and those at the higher end, you would expect at least a much more reasonable distributions of outcomes. In essence, you're not taking these large, noisy cohorts where you have this whole large population data point. You get a lot of noise in those large data points because you're not dragging out cohorts, correct? And that's what you do in sort of data analysis. But then we're trying to narrow down we're trying to get to a very narrow place where we can compare more apples to apples. And in essence, you see the disparity in the fact that in this particular group, Asian women or any women or women within this group are still earning less than their counterparts of similar educational value. And I just think we should be at least reasonable to say that there's data that supports this position, and then we can leave it at that. But to claim that they still make more than someone who's a burger flipper, it's not the way we go about explaining discrepancies in particular cohorts.
Can I interject real quick? I think one of the biggest things that we're having these conversations, and I just hate it when we like go to CEOs and these business owners as the representation of our people, because it's just a false equivalency, because we know our history. And the reason why I say that is because, hey, I didn't even say nothing yet, Mr. Grant. but the point I'm making is the average age of the Fortune 500 companies as of 2024 is 83 years old. That being said, who do you think owns those companies? And then who do you think they're giving those positions to? I don't care. If I own a company, at some point, there's going to be some merit base, but I'm not just giving my company that I've built in my family just to anybody outside of my family. So the likelihood of somebody being at the top of that company is going to look like me. Like, I'm not going to create something and be like, oh, like our company isn't represented at the top, whatever. No, the people at the top of my company is going to be my family and the people who represent me. Like, I think we get in these conversations and we go straight to CEO, we go straight to the top. You know, if you want to fix it, the answer is build your own company and get people to invest. And that's the merit, is all these companies is the product you decide to create. How does that benefit society? That is the merit, not this education, because even the smartest people sit there and are stuck at universities who don't actually all the time create something monetarily. Like they are a professor and they stay a professor. It doesn't necessarily translate. They might be the smartest person. They are the smartest person in the room a lot of the times, and they know a lot, but that doesn't equate to automatic money and them actually creating a business. I think we said that, but again, like the average age of the Fortune 500 companies are 83 years old.
Sure. Okay. Well, I don't know if we putting a stop to this segment of it or we going to the next segment. I think Hamp.
I just want to know, like, Mr. Fantastic, do you think it's more than 5% of white Americans that are poor? Like, you think it's more poor white Americans than it is Asians in totality?
Yeah, white people make up the largest poor contingent of the country. We know this because of volume. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I say even you saying this from a volume, it's a volume thing. And y'all are trying to, I'm not y'all, but people are trying to make it about racism, bro. It's not, it's math. You arguing against math. It just like if you split shit down the middle or however you do it, you're gonna have smart people, you're gonna have dumb people, right? The people that have the majority of people, bro, they're gonna win every time because everything's the same, and then you're 5 times everybody else. You're gonna overrepresent. So and again, this isn't me caping for the fucking white man. This is me caping for math. It's me caping for fucking math.
Okay.
That's PhDs.
All right. So do
And,
Asian
and that helps my point even more because now they out earn the fucking PhDs and they still out earn the white men overall.
Wait, can we just read
point.
It? Can we read it? So for those,
So I got you. Do Asian women put it up there? Put it up there. Put it back up there. Do Asian women with PhDs out earn white men with PhDs? Short answer: no. On average, Asian women with PhDs do not out earn white men with PhDs in the United States. White women with PhDs still tend to earn slightly more overall. Typical pattern: U.S. PhD holders, white men with PhDs usually the highest median earnings. Asian women with PhDs higher. Scroll down some. Earning group often close, but typically a bit lower than white men. And the thing is this: do Asian women out earn fucking Asian men? That's the fucking thing. The median, regardless of the fact and whatever, so on and so forth, there are more fucking Asian women richer than fucking the white women. And that's what I'm saying. Then you can't make that argument either because, well, how about the Hispanics? Why the Hispanic women, which are more than fucking black women and Asian women, now out earning nobody else? So that's what I'm saying. Y'all making an argument don't make no sense. At the end of the day, Asian women having a higher earning than every other group of men matters. And it debunks a whole bunch of bullshit because if that was the case, why are the fucking Hispanic women at the bottom? Why are black women second to the bottom? And why are fucking white women under fucking Asian men? That's what I'm saying. No matter how you try to argue it, bro, my Asian women out earning all those other groups of men debunks the whole motherfucking gender pay gap shit.
Okay. Argument for gender pay gap, by the way. I think you're making up whole new statistical categories. That's just not how it's done. I get it. By the way, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell. I know all the arguments of how his arguments against the pay gap, and I think they can make sense, correct? And even if you use his analysis, you still come up with a gap, and that gap is over a comparative pay, not just taking these overall averages. I just think if we're going to make the arguments, especially when you're talking about things like pay gaps and like Asians versus other Asians or other cohorts or groups, you have to stick within a range. You can't just say Asian women who earn degrees at a higher rate in comparison to a burger flipper. They're two different people. And I think the problem with even having to even delve into this depths of an argument is insanity. No one's brain should work in a way that says you're taking this one cohort who just fundamentally earns more, and because they're educated, because the system rewards them for that education, and then compare them against someone who can barely make it to their burger flipping job. Those two people are going to substantially.
Okay, so why do white women out earn black men? So why do white women out earn black men?
They're more
because
highly
some black men are dumber than some white women. Come on, let's
wait, hold on. Wouldn't we stick?
Wait,
Wouldn't we stick to each race's gender? What do white? Could you look up? Do Asian men out earn Asian women?
No, we know that, Cheeky.
Oh,
we know that.
wait. We know what? Like you saying? No,
Asian men, every group of men out earn their group of women. Cheeky, that's across the board. We know that. But what I'm saying is, when you take a specific, you have to cross match. Otherwise, that'll never be the case. By that logic, Cheeky, no woman should be, regardless of her race, should be out earning men. That's the gender pay gap argument. The argument is fucking. Bro, the argument is men make, hold on, bro. The argument is men make more money than women. Is it not?
It's within that category.
Wait, hold on,
No, it's within the category. So, for example,
no, it's not a category other than the same job. The argument for the gender pay gap is women do the same exact job that the man does and makes more money. Is it not?
So, yes, and what Hamp just looked up is an Asian woman, a black woman, and a white woman would probably earn less than every man in that category.
Listen. You have to be now. See, here's the thing. Once we make the comparisons 1-to-1 in terms of like education, as an example, we got an answer. Even when we start considering how averages can be pulled down by the lowest of the low, women could even make the argument. Well, shit. Could the argument be made? There's more women than men. Right,
lifting it up. That's raising the overall.
Well, no, like the person said in the
wait.
Their money. You see, you see what I'm saying? If it's more women than men, and women typically do the lowest of the low-paying jobs, and there's 6 million more women than men in the country, or something like that.
I think it's 50. I don't know. But
anyway, it's like 51, 52 or something, 51.5 or something like that.
What does that equate to with 360 million people? What's 2%?
Either way, there's more women than men.
Yeah, so
there's more women than men.
When you average out the pay gap, is it also the gap becoming larger because there's 2 million more women than they do lower jobs too?
Way more women doing lower jobs and everything, and women working less hours.
No. Yes, in the average. But from my understanding, I thought it was for the same job that they do. So in comparison,
no, 100%. I'm saying
the same job.
Yeah. I'm saying the PhD thing.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree for sure.
When we say
the same job,
the gap will bring it down for sure. Yeah.
And the same job that they do still comes down to hours worked, years worked. All of those things. Women take more time off. I don't know why we keep coming back to this same fucking argument that's been debunked.
Right,
not just by Thomas Sowell, right? Not just by Thomas Sowell, by other renowned economists that's done it time and time again.
So look, why the gap exists: field and role distribution, leadership gap, work patterns. So that's the availability argument. Gender pay gap. So it kind of acknowledges those things. It actually said the same for the PhD. Hold on, let me see if I can scroll up.
Hold on, scroll back down to important nuance. Hell no, go back down. No.
So this one, so here, the PhDs, white men to Asian women, field distribution, right? What fields they're in, leadership and tenure, pay gap effects, immigration, career timing, and then here's some nuances as well. So it kind of acknowledges those other reasons that he was naming. Asian women. Go ahead, Miss Fantastic.
Asian women still earn other female groups in the U.S. and other sectors, medicine, farms, and big tech. Asian women can match or exceed Asian men. Oh my God. Especially at senior levels. Oh my God. Individual income depends on more education, field, and career strategy over gender alone. It's not a fucking gender thing. It is like the fuck I said. It is the specialization you have along with fucking the field you pick.
In the culture.
So based on the nuances that have been, it's been a great discussion. Mr. Grant, let me ask you a question. Is this something the feminist should be actively fighting for or against, whatever the proper terminology is? You pick whatever the proper term. Is this a real fight, or based on what we were able to assess when you look at the different ranges and people 1-to-1, is this still a real fight?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
I just want to bring it one type of situation that happened that kind of just tells the story of this whole conversation. You know that like so people of the feminist movement were talking about the gender pay gap, and they were saying that it was the gender pay gap. Google went into their company and did an analysis top down of like positions, years, and all that stuff. They found out that the men were getting paid less than the women, and then they had to end up compensating the men to make up the difference. But then you got to go back. It's like, not okay, that cool, that happened, but then you got to go back and be like, why did they believe this was true in the first place? So then it's like we're having these arguments that are not based in reality, and you're just fighting just to be fighting and causing division when the facts are the facts, and you're not even like, the truth is the truth, and it's just not working out the way you're saying that it's working out. So where's this distance between reality and this fight for something that doesn't exist?
But you should be good with that, correct? The system worked. In essence, you're Menimist. I don't know what that is. In essence, the system is saying that the inequality exists, and that if a man is not on equal level, and that there has to be a way to neutralize it. I'll give you a better example. California did away with affirmative action in 1994. And hasn't had affirmative action. One of the few states that didn't have it up until the most recent ruling by the Supreme Court. But in California, what you ended up seeing is that although it was white men who used Asians in order to do away with it, white men began to see a lower number of enrollments into the UC system. In order to fix this disparity, correct, what they came up with is a system, we like to call it DEI, which largely helped recalibrate to give white men an ability to get in. So they actually had to recalibrate. So men, in this particular case, white men, could actually be enrolled into the UC system because they were being left behind in a system that became more about meritocracy, which is a great thing. In essence, you want systems that are actually neutralizing imbalances in the system and find ways and say, okay, this particular group is being left out of the conversation because of these more rigid rules. And so how do you begin to a much more natural case, correct? Okay. And again, what we're trying to argue for is saying that there are going to be natural imbalances whenever you have any structure, correct? But then how do you take a look back that says, hey, generally speaking, globally, we do see a disparity in pay for women. In the case of Google, you didn't quite have the disparity in the case of women. They end up finding that it was disparity in the case of men. But because the rules ultimately say that there has to be this recalibration, the men in this particular case were actually rewarded because there was a mechanism in place that helped them look at the disparity and put in some remediation. Without that remediation, those men would have never been able to get to that level. And so we need to make sure that when you see those kind of things, we shouldn't be necessarily complaining about them. What we should want to do is have that be replicated across a lot of businesses.
Right. How do you perfect and replicate that system that caused that inequality to be balanced?
I think you eloquently blew past what I even
That's
said.
a different way. Hold on. Wait. But that's a different conversation. That conversation should go into the subject of DEI and representation, things of that nature. The conversation that we should be sticking on, which is why we're here, is about women and the disparity between women's rights and what they're fighting for, all that good stuff. Right. So I'm going to give my point, right? Because what I've been doing basically is moderating and helping HAMP as best as I can without doing too much. My point was legally, in most cases, and I've already expressed this, I'm just going to reiterate it and move on. Legally, in most cases, both men and women are equal, just on paper. The point that Devin B and Mr. Fantastic have presented, and Mr. Fantastic has agreed with Devin B, is just because it's legal on paper means it is what it is type deal, right? That means that women don't have any or don't have less rights than men because on paper, by law, you can't do that. So the same thing would apply to men. So whatever rights, quote unquote, men are fighting for on paper, by law, you have them. So what are you fighting for? So now the counter argument is, are you fighting for a cultural thing or are you fighting for rights that you already have?
And
well, men don't have the same rights when it comes to again, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So when you guys look at family law,
wait. So now that you said that point, I'm just marking your statement. Your statement is men do not have the same rights as women.
Yeah, they don't.
Okay, and then the category is family court.
Family court, family
Okay.
law, specifically for
Okay, go ahead.
unwed fathers. Unwed fathers do not have the same rights
Okay,
as
unwed
mothers do.
fathers. Okay.
Yes,
So
unwed fathers who now we know are the majority of fathers. The majority of
okay, so
fathers are unwed.
unwed.
So that
All
means the
right, so
majority of fathers do not have the same rights as mothers do.
okay, so we're take note of this. The categories is men don't have the same
Family law.
rights
Family
and
law.
family law that are unwed in comparison to mothers. Correct.
Yes.
That's all right. So now, Hamp, if you could, whatever we say, could you just chat GPTs and help us, try to give good information?
Yeah. Also,
yeah, go ahead.
If y'all want to extend the show, I'm giving y'all 5 more minutes. We've been going longer. It's been about 25 minutes. Y'all know what to do. I'll put the thing up. If not, we'll continue this conversation at a later time. So I'll give you an opportunity to extend the show. You can hit the Cash App or the Super Chats. And if not, we'll see y'all later this evening. So
you got a timer? Put a timer up.
Yeah.
I'll try the time.
5
it's
minutes.
10:56. 3:01.
Oh, you're in. So okay.
Well,
so
2:56. My bad. That's on me.
He's an
All right.
Asia.
So let me see. No doubt, Mr. Grant. Okay. So
I appreciate you.
The rights thing, right? So essentially, menimists need to exist because men don't have these rights.
For the most important aspect of human existence, family and fatherhood, and what we're talking about, the black community specifically is suffering from. A big part of why the fathers are not involved is because the fathers are being had out of unwed fathers have to establish their parental rights. Florida just changed it, right? So what people don't understand, and to the point to the brother was, when you sign that birth certificate, you take in most cases, in most states, not all. Some have changed, but in most cases, in most states, if you are not married, you have no parental rights to that child. You have to go to the court and ask and establish parental rights from paternity, right? Paternity has to be established from a custodial standpoint. You signing a birth certificate gives you custody, as in custody, as in you are saying, hey, this is my child and I'm willing to pay for it. I signed a birth certificate. I'm acknowledging this is my child. All that gives you is the right to pay for that child. You have to go to the court in most cases, in most states, and establish paternity if and when that child is had outside of a marriage. And we know, again, the majority of children being had now are being had outside of a marriage. So that's one of the most critical things that men do not have equal rights in.
Okay, so
oh wait, I got one question. Should they move to the states that would allow them rights? Because you said that about women, that they should move to the states. So should the men? So you shouldn't complain. You should just go move to the states that have the rights for you, right?
Don't fall for it.
Wait, hold on.
You said that about women. You said no, just move to the states that you can do it.
No, that's a good. That's a fair point, Sherelle. Go nutting bitches in states as to where, hey, you don't got to establish parental rights.
And that's why.
But even still, after that, hold on. But even after that, Sherelle, listen, that woman has the authority to put that man on child support. And I know the brother came over with the paperwork, but it's not as easy as he's trying to make it seem. Because if that was the case, I promise you, 99.9% of niggas gonna be paying child support.
Wait, stop. No, stop. That's not the point. The point is you still have a right to do that. Doesn't matter if it takes work to get there, right? Because that's the whole reason why civil rights, suffrage, and all they fought for the right. You have the right. You can't complain about how hard it is to exercise that right. You have it.
Yeah, that's the conversation is right.
The conversation is you cannot pay child support and you have a right not to fight for it.
Sherelle, your
no, that isn't flat across the board though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not across the board.
That's gonna be no. Fantastic. You're missing it.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Cheek, let me just say, Mr. Fantastic, you made that counterpoint about abortion rights, so it has to stay consistent. Sherelle, your celebration is premature because he told you the same thing, in which case you tried to retort. But if moving is moving, then the right does exist because we're arguing rights. The right to do the thing. We're not saying because now we're saying it don't got to be all states. It's the states that have it. That's where you need to relocate to. So don't complain about not being able to get an abortion. You live in Texas, drive 20 hours to Washington D.C.
Yeah, but
And,
what I'm saying is, women are more in the fight to keep their rights.
Nah. We
Yes,
saying
they
what we
are.
saying at this
Oh,
juncture.
and furthermore, hold on.
The logic is consistent. That's all.
I retract my concession because you know what, Sherelle? You know what she can do after I nut in her? Move to another state, and I have no control over her because I'm not married to her, and the baby's not here yet. So I still win because she determines. I can nut in her in Florida, and if she moved to a state to where they don't have fucking pre-established fucking fatherhood fucking shit, I'm still. And now I gotta just take her. No.
You control your nut?
Wait. This is
Are you
we don't have to.
Are you in control of your nut though?
In certain cases.
We already talked about that already.
I mean, you know, you like you said, you go enough times, something gonna happen.
Either way it goes, I think if we're making the legal argument, or not legal, but a right argument, you have the right to nut wherever you want to. You don't have a right to then reclaim the nut after it's already been fertilized. You don't have that right, which is why they have. Which is why they have what they call it, the whatever the rights, what's it called? It's 301. What we doing?
Oh yeah, we good. Devin got us right.
Oh yeah, I just want to say this: women
we
do
good?
go to jail
Yeah,
for child
we got another
neglect.
30
I just
minutes.
want y'all to know that child neglect is a crime.
Well, either way, all right. So just
women
to go
can't
back.
neglect their kids.
I know two fire step babies.
Either way it go, it don't matter.
That's
the point
legal.
that should matter. The point that should matter is men have the equal amount of rights, right? Now, the reason why I could say we should be okay with a man not getting the same rights as a person that's not married is because what are they always saying in the Manospheres or red pill, whatever? Mothers definitely, daddies maybe. Was it mama's
baby, daddy's maybe. Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
And that to me sounds like an offset as to why I wouldn't want to be claimed, or why I wouldn't want a child under my name if that's not my child. How do I know that's my kid? So why should I have the same or equal rights when I can't even confirm that is my child? Shouldn't I wait to confirm?
But y'all don't even have to. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So again, people don't, even without, and there's still cases that exist, notorious cases, one down in Texas specifically. A mother can claim that a man is the father of a child that he's never fucking met. Drake put it in a song lyric. Bitches can claim that a rapper or somebody has babies they never ever met. And if you don't answer those things and it slips to the cracks to the point of where it goes into default, it literally happens. Again, I think people understand, and this isn't just a far-fetched thing as much as y'all think it is, bro. Child support is one of the biggest scams ever. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Even in a case where a man does everything he's supposed to do, whatnot, what have you, right? Hell, even it's a couple of men around this space, Cheeky, you know of, to where niggas had a one-night stand with a bitch, right? She disappeared for 5 or 6 years, and now he get a child support court order and a fucking child he didn't know he ever even had. Now that's more of an outlier. That's more of an outlier, but I'm just showing the flaws in the system as to where the man never has as much protection as the woman does. He never does.
No. Well, hold on. It's not that he had lack of protection. He was ignorant, and now he has to go to the court and say, I have a right not to do this or to do this. If this child isn't mine, I don't have a right to pay for this. Under no circumstance.
And Cheeky, what I'm telling you, Cheeky, is even in cases where it's found out, and it was a specific guy in Georgia that had to take it to the Supreme Court to where he had the state can make you pay for a child that's not legally yours, and the state will fight to make you pay for the shit. It's a dude in either Detroit or Houston right now going through the shit or whatever. But he was locked up. The lady gave him his name for fucking child support. And he actually answered to the thing, but whatever it was, some paperwork got mixed up, so on and so forth. This man is expected to pay 20 plus years of child support for a child that's not his, Cheeky.
Okay, and
so that's what I'm trying.
I'm not disagreeing, right? Because I've been here, I've been over these stories myself, right? We've covered these things. I believe it's unfair, But that person, if he doesn't take or do the due diligence in fighting to express that right, how can you complain? Right? I'm not saying that the system is perfect. That was never my stat, or not my stat, but never my claim. My claim is you have rights. It's up to you as the individual to enforce those rights. If the court has it wrong, you must fight for your rights. There are people in prison that served and should not have been in prison and said, all I did was study my rights so I know how to utilize them and exercise them to get myself out of predicament I should not have been. Now, and what happens is they get recompense because the state did something wrong. It's usually like around $1 million. That's typically what we hear. Every time somebody served 10 plus years, they always be like, they got $1 million. I think that's a little low, but that's besides the point. The point is your right can be exercised and you still have them. You just have to exercise them. And if you're ignorant to the right, that doesn't mean that doesn't make it the state's fault. That makes it your fault. Similarly to if you don't know the law and you break the law, that don't mean you can't go to jail. You just have to be aware of the law.
But no,
remember, Cheeky, Mr. Fantastic is one of those no morality, only legality.
Yeah, he doesn't make moral arguments. He makes legal arguments.
No,
yeah.
Even
so
in your
it's not about the morality. If it's legal,
it's about the legality of the thing.
I understand. I understand the legality of it, but what I'm saying is, when if the system is broken legally, that's a problem. And I'm leading to the point of what Cheeky was talking about. When a person is unjustly arrested, right? They're illegally incarcerated. That is the legal system being improperly fucking used. That's an improper use of the legal system. That means he's in a position he should have never been in. So you can't use that argument. He shouldn't. The argument is from the listen, Cheeky, hear me out.
I'm following.
He should never have to fight if once you come to find out that, oh shit, we locked up the wrong nigga. So it's not his inability or his inadequacy in knowing the law to where he can be blamed. He should never be there in the first place. And I'm saying the same thing occurs when these women do these things and put a man's fucking name on a birth certificate or claims that a child belongs to a man that it doesn't, and a piece of mail gets mailed to an address that he does not own and he's not stayed at, right? So he is ignorant. He doesn't even know. So then what happens, Cheeky? Motherfucking arrears starts building up. And then one day he gets pulled over by the fucking police. He's got an arrest warrant for unpaid child support. And this is the way he finds out about it. Now, again, that is like the same situation you're giving with like the prisoner that shouldn't be locked up, right? That is the outlier of outliers, right? But what I'm saying is it occurs way too often and people don't know about it. That's even a possibility. On top of the fact that the women are able to weaponize the system. So even though it's legal, right? When something is just like a cop, right? A cop can motherfucking legally lock you up for a whole bunch of shit. Now you got to go to court, waste time, pay money, and fight a case of a cop weaponizing the legal system, and hopefully you get off by your lawyer or your own volition. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying in this position. So even if we stick in the legal realm, go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying, so overall, you're not saying that the system is perfect. Neither did I. Neither one of us has made that case, right? Or arguing that point. The point of this entire thing has been rights. You have rights, and you have rights to exercise them, and they are even. Right now, I will say disproportionately when it comes to, men may face. Although we agree it's rare, there may.
Is Cheeky messing up? Cheeky, you messing up?
Messing up?
Is he messing up, y'all?
Yeah. He chopping.
Am I still chopping up?
Yeah, your camera is blurry.
Yeah. You blurry and everything.
Oh, let me see if it's
I think
you might got too many tabs open.
Okay, let me try.
You do that.
I don't know. Yeah, I got like 13.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm about to upgrade my laptop, because with especially if you start looking up stuff, a lot of it uses AI that just burns your computer. Is it? Am I bad still? No, you're better.
No, you better.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're back.
Okay, so again, the point that I'm not disagreeing with you that men may represent, and again, we've already admitted that the justice system isn't perfect, and when it gets it wrong, it gets it wrong. But even with that being the case, we say that's a small percentage, right? Because typically speaking, or just generally speaking, I think our justice system overall is more efficient. Even with that being the case, you still have rights. right? And legally, because you have rights, is how you get the recompense or how you get the reconciliation. If you didn't have rights, those things that happen to you wouldn't matter at all because you would have no way to fight against it, right? So, for example, if I was a slave and I left and did something wrong, right, whatever the case may be, they're gonna say send that nigga to jail. Why? Because he's a slave. He doesn't have rights. And even if I go, well, what? Well, based off the Constitution, nigga, you are property. You're supposed to be on the plantation. The point is, you have rights, and those rights, whenever crossed, you have the ability to step and say, I've been wrong. Somebody needs to fix this. So men do have the same rights as women. It's just when those rights are either ignored or ignorant to the person whose rights have been trespassed on, you have to fight it.
No,
so you still have the same rights. But go ahead, Devin.
I still disagree, but I would say a person who's been illegally incarcerated, the fact they are getting compensation based on the fact that their rights were violated. Like that's the whole principle of them getting the compensation. They're not getting compensation because, oh, we feel bad for you. It's because their rights have been violated in some form or fashion.
Okay, so it kind of goes back to the point that you made earlier, which is you have rights on paper, feminists. What are you fighting for? Those rights are violated in their opinion or their mind, then that's what they would be fighting for, right? And in the cases, there are cases where women rights and custodial parent have also been wronged as well. So the system doesn't work perfectly for either side. But guess what? Go ahead.
I think the point is that yeah, we can say that there again, like you're saying, there's rights and there's on paper, but those rights overwhelmingly the holes that where somebody ends up getting screwed over happens more on the side of the man than it does on the woman. There's specific things that give women rights to do X, Y, and Z. That's not the case. It's like men have to then go after the fact and figure it out. And I'll give you an example. I grew up with a guy, went to school with him, ran track with him, where he got a girl pregnant, and then the girl went and put the child up for abortion when he wanted his child.
At that point, your right, or your not right, but your desire for somebody to get rid of a kid is now imposing on her right to have a baby if she doesn't want to.
No. She had the child.
Okay, so right, that's my point.
She had the child, and then she gave the child up for abortion to another family.
Adoption, brother. Adoption. Yeah, that's what threw us off, brother.
Okay, that's what I'm like, bro. I heard you said abortion.
No, I said
adoption.
Sorry, I messed up.
Yeah,
you said abortion twice. That's why I'm like,
sorry.
Yeah. I was like, whoa, brother.
Adoption. Sorry.
Okay.
So damn, she a whole murderer out here. But anyway, nah.
Yeah, that's why I was like, what the
I was like, whoa, brother. You need to report to the cops. But not even in that, right? Damn, I just had it and I lost it. From a legal standpoint. That's another case, Chiki, right? So the legal system too isn't just even based on strictly legality. Is what the state will pursue, i.e., when a woman falsely claims a man has done something to her in a sexual nature, right? Even that. We've seen plenty of cases where women have lied and have been found to be liars against men, abusing them in the sexual nature. But because of, optics or whatever, whatnot, what have you, the prosecutor refuses to pick up the case to prosecute the woman for making a false statement. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Even in the case of just legality, the women get a fairer share of the deal because society always puts the woman as the victim, right? If we hear about a woman, it's been an uptick of female teachers dealing with students, right? What do they call them? Inappropriate relationships with students. If it's a man, hey, this man was a predator to, the male teacher was a predator to the student. If it's a female. So even when we get into the I guess the morality of it or the tone used, women have more rights for the same or just as egregious of offenses.
That's not a right, fantastic. That's the point that I've been trying to point on. It looks like we want us to read super chats. All right, see Rob the Great for $10 says, or 99 says, Lily Ledbetter, Fair Play Act of 2009, this passed by Obama. I don't know the relevance or the case behind that. Bobby Bloom for the $5 ball says, y'all switched the argument from rights to privilege, by the way. I agree. What we're speaking on now is privileges. I was just ready to say that. Next up, Juan Solo 1 for the $2 ball. Was good, Hamp. Mrs. Vontae for the $5 ball says PhDs aren't 101. Doctors earn more than professors. Occupation matters. Arnold Smith for the $5 ball says average income is higher for Asians because they do less low-paying jobs. Nat Turner says Asians earn more on paper because they mainly live in higher paying cities. Why me? For the $2 says fantastic is exactly right. Robert Esquire he just became a YouTube member. Thank you for becoming a member. Make sure you maintain it, Mr. Esquire. Ducky McIver says salute. Rob Esquire said 15-year family law practitioner in New York, New Jersey here. Both the lady Sherelle and gentleman C. Banner are misinformed. Okay, so just because he's a lawyer doesn't mean that you don't have rights. I don't understand that. Like that doesn't change anything.
Well,
if the books wait, if the books say you have rights, because this is why I asked whether or not you agree with Devin B, Mr. Fantastic, is because Devin B specifically said, and I don't mind pulling up, you guys have rights on paper. What rights don't women have that men? What rights do men have that women don't? And he said, by the law, you guys have all the rights. So what are you fighting for?
Yeah, but that's one. But no, I think we're thinking in general, but especially when you get into specific areas, no, because like I said, Title IX is more so for women than it is for men, right? That's a protection that's almost I think it's not written with gender language, but we know who it was for, right? The thing that's going on right now, right, to protect girl from girl sports or whatnot. I think that's a bill that's not a bill yet, but I think they're trying to pass it, or it's a Supreme Court argument that's about to happen. That's what we're saying. Women have exceptions and special things made specifically for them. I can't think of a men's right act on a national level. You feel what I'm saying?
Maybe because just generally speaking, men have always had the right, considering we live we started off as a patriarchal system. It's not as if men had to earn their right to vote. They were we're saying white men. I'm saying men,
but not just the voting, not just the voting, right?
Or own property. Oh yeah, whatever it is.
But I understand what you're saying. I'm not arguing that point, right? Most every the white man was the only person with rights once the Constitution was written and everything, right? I understand that, right? But what I'm saying is once we move forward more, all of the inclusive language and inclusive laws, none of them have been men specific. You've had several, like shout out to the brother that gave the super chat. The Lilly Ledbetter Act was exclusively for women.
Right.
The Protection
Do you know
Act,
what that is? I don't know what that is, so I can't really comment or know how to
I don't know it. I don't remember the details of it. He can probably just tell him just put it in the or one of us can Google it. But I'm pretty sure it's something had to do with the research of gender pay gap and making sure that women were equally or fairly represented in certain shit, more likely than not.
It is
if you're saying that men of all nations, colors, and races, or whatever the case, if they got rights, wouldn't rights that already extended to men just extend to them? They wouldn't need a new law, right? It would be women that need the new law because their rights are especially newly acquired and still
that's what I'm saying. Well, another one, right? The Obama did a women's DV bill too. I forget what it was. He also did he did a domestic violence act or domestic violence bill also. Again, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Tiki. Women have more.
Okay, wait. Right. So who do you think overrepresents in that? Do you think it's men against women or women against men?
Well, we know it will be mostly men over women, but then you have to look into then we gotta get into the minutia, and we know the highest rate of domestic violence are going to be lesbian relationships. So
either way it goes,
just the spirit, just real quick, the spirit of the law gives society this idea that the majority of men, because people don't understand, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's a majority of men, it's only 1% of the men. So when you write a bill that say, go ahead, my bad.
So instead of saying that society is saying majority of men are perpetrators, why is it not saying majority of women are victims?
Either or. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If that's what you're saying, then there's no need to bring up lesbian relationships, because even in that situation, women are the victim, even if it's woman or woman.
It's not prosecuted the same. Hamp just gave you an anecdotal, but we understand to be a general consensus. Anytime a man, even in the cases where a man defends himself, the man is seen as the aggressor, and that's what we're talking about. When you talk about the legal system, there are presuppositions and pre-existing understandings or expectations in family law, in domestic violence, and even just anything that involves violence or physicality, to where the men are not going to get a fair shake, or they're going to be looked at automatically as the person that's the aggressor or the offender.
So this super chat here. Oh, my bad.
No, I kind of just want to step in, and I think this kind of even explains the whole situation, where even within the conversation, going back to what you said, we're right. We have equal rights on paper, yada yada, just not in practice of the conversation.
What did that say?
But even with Sherelle and her arguments, and what she says we like she doesn't have. Like, I think the conversation is like we still have the same rights, but they're making additional things, because ultimately men and women are not equal, just like regardless. Like equal in a sense of you have to do special things because you feel like you need to protect women because they are more victims of X thing.
So what if that is the case, though? Wouldn't that be the reason to have to specialize or make the case for it? So, for example, the Stop Asian Hate bill came out. Wasn't it already illegal for us to commit hate crimes?
Yeah.
So why the hell do they have to make the Stop Asian Hate bill?
Because you have to classify.
Hold on, wait, fantastic, not you.
We don't need to take your tape off.
No, I'm walking.
I didn't know. I thought it was the general
you're good. No, fantastic, you're good. I'm just walking him through his own thought process. Now, Devin B, we already have laws against hate crime. Why did in 2021 during the pandemic did Asian bill Stop Asian Hate have to pass a bill? What was that about? That didn't make sense.
I mean, just because they do it, it's still a banter. It's like a banner. It's more performative than anything.
A law is performative?
Because if you already have a law that exists that stops something from happening, you don't necessarily need another law besides being a performative act of saying.
So why? Okay, great. So why did the Civil Rights Act of 1960 have to go into law? Like, why did that have to happen? When we were already not supposed to be, why did those things have to come into place? Why?
What do you mean? Finish your question. You said when we already what?
So, for example, by law, African Americans were equal, right? No slavery. We're supposed to be equal, right? All of those things happened. In 1960, we passed the civil rights laws, and there were additional laws that passed after that had to do specifically with Black people and racism. Why did those have to come into play?
Because I feel like it was more about inclusivity of bringing us together with like other populations.
No, because those things were constantly being violated, and they needed to highlight the particular issues that come into play, right? So those are the reasons. Those would be the reasons as to why, right? The same reason why there has to be a Stop Asian Hate bill or Let's Not Rape More Women bill. It was already illegal, but they need to highlight these things because it's showing a societal issue or showing Don't do that, because if it wasn't a societal issue that Asian people was getting hate, then why them niggas able to get the pill pass?
It wasn't. It was one beauty hair store and 2 nail shops,
and that's why they made it. You niggas like downplaying.
I'm like,
that's what he said. No, and it was some crazy white boy too in Georgia, I think. So no. And again, what Devin was saying was it was not performative, but it was a representation thing. Because we know, I'm pretty sure if you go back and look at the numbers, the percentages of women violators is definitely gone down, because we know the crime has gone down overall since the 80s and 90s, right? So when domestic violence, all of those things. So when Obama made that thing the exception, if somebody can put the name of the domestic violence thing in the chat, when he made that, again, it was representative. And that's what we're saying is problematic, Cheeky. When you do these things that are in favor of one group and vilifying everybody else or whatnot, what have you, and like you said, the Asians and Blacks interactions are extremely low. We don't even live in the same areas like that.
Well, it wasn't specifically to black people, and that's the
No,
thing. I think I think you're highlighting that a law being passed is specific to the perpetrators and not to the victims. They're not passing law because they're saying black people need to stop Asian hate. That's not what that law
No,
said.
I got you.
Yeah, okay, got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But black people were made out to be the villains. When, like Hamp said, the person that really kicked this shit off was a fucking massage parlor, aka prostitution house, and some other shit that black people had nothing to do with.
Right. So at that point, you want Devin V to go?
Yeah, man. Y'all been talking, man, trying to get in. Y'all two talk to each other every goddamn day, but y'all still just gonna talk like y'all ain't seen each other. Hold on, Dad. Let me read these. You can talk. YME with the $10 says, "C banter is the very reason females do much bullshit and niggas are twisted and misinformed. Please get him off the show. The system is against black men to start. It puts black women against black men." You want to respond to this, Chief?
I guarantee he's a Menimist and not a logical thinking being. Unfortunately, goddamn.
Rob L. Esquire with the $5 says, "You are correct that under the due process, we all have the same rights. In practice, no." Reese with the $5 says, "Sherelle looking gorgeous."
Wait, go back to that. I'm sorry. I thought I misheard you. Say that again.
Read it again.
Okay, you are correct that under due process, we all have the same rights. In practice, no. That's a different conversation. We're not talking about that right now.
Reese with the $5 says, "Sherelle looking gorgeous as usual, but the divester movement has been decades in the making. Passport Bros is new. Black men only recently been traveling out." Reese with the $2 says, "Sherelle having my heart go boot up like LMA."
Chill out, Reese. Pause on that one, brother.
Oh, this is the Reese I was telling you about the other day. Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, get that man a fucking date or something, Sherelle. He don't mind
give him a date.
no box. Don't play with me. Ain't no brotherfucker activity going on over here.
And Sam with the $5 says, Mitch
I was talking
McConnell.
about from your harem.
Mitch McConnell is the reason that bill passed. His wife is Asian, and of course, it was a bill with multiple other things unrelated to it. That has to stop. Come on, Devin, what you think, man? We got 4 more minutes, brother.
Yeah, no, I think, but I just think the overall, just the comment that the attorney or the guy that did the super chat did was just highlighting that we all have the same rights, and it's just like technically, if based off that own argument, we don't need these extra rights when it comes to abortion or X, Y, and Z because we should all be equal, right? Like, and I'm not making an argument for it. I'm just like walking you through the logic to where it's like, technically we have the same rights. So why do women need this right? Why does women need that right? Like, why isn't it equal if we are talking about true equality? And then ultimately, why are we doing things ultimately or promoting things that are ultimately harming the black community more than anybody else? Like, why do we promote those things?
Yo, man, sure, I don't know if you got a response, but man, Devin, them 3-syllable words been kicking your ass today. I noticed that. The more than 3 syllables.
Are we doing final?
Did you want to respond to what Devin said?
No.
Well, he's saying you're not really looking for equality. You want more than that. You want more rights. You want it to be unequal. You want it to be imbalanced.
That's how it is going to have to work for oppressed groups. There will have to be special things for oppressed groups. There will always have to be special things for black people to get equality. There will always have to be special things for women to get equality. Because the system is still being ran by the people that want to oppress you. So me saying, oh yeah, y'all can come over here to my house.
No, so
It don't mean I want y'all coming over here to my house.
I got a couple questions for you. I'll make them quick. Do you internalize being oppressed and being a victim as your identity?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I gotta do what I want to do. But I'm not obtuse about other people's things. I'm not saying that, oh, I made it out and I could see through. Everybody can. That's not the reality I live in.
So, I mean, ultimately, what you're saying is you're moving the idea that you should be responsible for your individual choices because you, like you said, you made it out, and it's based off your own individual choices as a disenfranchised, marginalized Black woman in the community.
Yeah, I made it. I benefit from all the women who fought for feminism.
In what ways?
I was able to go to school. I was able to start my own business, open my own bank accounts, have access to credit as being a single woman with no children. The safety that's been up around women keeps me safe. So a lot of things, me being able to be on a platform, openly speaking, my rights to vote, very involved in local politics, things like that. I meet with my mayors and things like that. She's a woman, right? The old one and the new one. So just within different programs that have helped me along my way in my womanhood, it's been because of the rights that we have as women.
Okay,
And I benefit from that.
Okay, so that means that it's done its job and that we're all equal. And I have I guess one looks like little side questions. Do you believe the seatbelt laws should be repealed?
Yes.
Interesting. What about?
Yeah, I believe that you shouldn't get a ticket for not wearing a seatbelt. You should just, if you want to die, you should be all right. I think we should have centers for people to go kill themselves, but that's just me. I'm not the world. I have very extreme views, so I think there should be like places where people can go walk into a gas chamber.
I appreciate the consistency. And then also, I got one more question. And then also, do you think that they should repeal, just like the dumb homicide if a woman's pregnant and a drunk driver runs into her, and both the child, the fetus, child, baby, whatever you want to call it, and the mother both dies? Should that be 1 count or 2 counts?
Still 2 counts. And I also think that women should go to jail for abortion.
Wait a minute, you said you think women should go to jail?
Yeah, I think that women should have the rights to do everything, and I also believe that they should have consequences for every choice that they make. That they should be treated like humans. I think trying to give them special rights cripples them in their growth as humans.
Wait, it's really, did you hear his question?
What?
I mean, no, sorry. Did you hear your response to his question?
Yeah.
You saying that they should wait? Hold on, Rel. Rel. No. Damn that phone. I don't give a damn if that's the president. That could be the lottery. Hang that phone up.
I'm not gonna not answer my phone.
I don't give a damn who called.
What y'all talking about?
Hey, that phone look old too. But
no, I just need a new screen protector. I got a nice little.
Yo, Rel, you said they should get abortions and also go to jail for it.
Yeah, like I think abortion is murder.
So you want to revoke the right to abortion?
No, I want them to have the right to murder like everybody else. I want them to deal with the consequences of murder like everybody else.
You don't have the right to murder. You can murder, but then you have a consequence. That means you don't have the right to it. It's illegal.
Not women.
But you're saying abortion, they can go through with it, but they'll still be arrested.
But you should not be able to get 18 abortions. You shouldn't.
How many abortions before you? But I thought it's murder. So the first one is a body.
Yeah.
So she should be locked up.
You should be consequences.
She should be prosecuted as a murderer. Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. She should be prosecuted as a murderer?
Depending on, like, if the baby's early on a full developed baby, yeah.
So 3 months in, 90 days.
Yeah.
So murder one, because it's
not murder. I don't think it's murder one, because
well, it got to be because it's cold.
That's premeditated for sure. Premeditated
murder. So it would be.
I think it should be a special murder for them.
What you call it?
It's fetus deletus murder. Like it should be like
fetus
that.
Deletus is great.
Fetus deletus.
They should get a murder charge.
You should catch a fetus deletus charge.
You deleted that baby. You were within your right to do so safely. We did it for you, but you still got to do time for that body.
And I think if you get too many fetus deletus charges, you should be sterilized.
Hey, but hold on now. Hold on. I got you. You're consistent. At least you're consistent. You're consistent. But How the hell you believe a woman ought to be locked up for killing a parasite though?
Because it's her little parasite.
Nah. Like I told you, a parasite is a motherfucking.
It's still a fetus in the parasite.
It's not a parasite. It's parasitic. There's a difference.
Okay.
It's parasitic. It is
I
not.
told you it's not a parasite. It's not a parasite.
Okay, it's not a parasite.
It's parasitic. It's definitely but it is definitely parasitic. Absolutely, it would fit the qualifiers of parasitic behavior. Yes.
Yes.
It
It's
itself cannot be a
growing.
parasite.
It's growing.
That's why you need supplements and all that to help combat. Yeah.
Yeah,
because it is a it's
feeding off the
parasitic in
host.
the nature. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. You used to be a little parasite. Fantastic. You're still a little parasite.
It's codependent. That's what it is. But anyway,
you're still a little parasitic. You think if we don't have sex, we're gonna die. So you kind of your life is dependent on
the
women.
host. It doesn't feed on the host though. Those are different things. But it is parasitic in the nature that it depletes the host, you know. But a tick is on your skin.
A fucking tick is parasitic.
Yeah.
No, y'all are. We're not putting it to the.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
All
Fuck
right, I don't care. Whatever y'all say is right.
Damn. Okay, so.
Oh yeah, the
Feed it
domestic
illegal.
violence thing. Do y'all know that the majority of people are not gay? So in volume, most women do actually get violence committed to them by men, right? You know that by volume.
No,
right?
what the stats
Yeah,
say.
we know that.
What the stats clearly say is that when we have domestic violence, it's usually initiated or happens a lot with the women. Men just don't complain or say something.
No,
about
when they
it.
do the peer group, it's like in New Orleans, we be getting that capital murder thing. More murders happen around the world, but because we're so small per capita, so that's a per capita argument, right? That
the what's the name thing is a per capita thing.
It's a per
It's
capita thing.
overrepresentation.
The majority of
the
women who
lesbian thing.
are abused by men. I just want you
Yeah,
to
we know we know that though, but at the same time, being abused by, we don't know the actual numbers because men don't report, Sherelle. And what he's telling you is there's been studies
and
that's been done
I
to where.
understand that too, right? Because that's why I think that lesbians have more volume, just because bitches be calling them.
Wait. Before we can't use they don't report, because if that counts, that also counts for rape as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it counts, and it also counts
So-
as abuse for
so
women
again,
who don't
it-
call the police on men.
Right. So it's the thing about using things that aren't reported and trying to use that as your argument is no
but then you get into there are way more women that false report than men. So what we saying?
That's-
How many men out here false report?
In regards to
fucking-
rape?
It's offsetting. Yes, and rape. How many men false report being raped? How many men report being raped at all?
Well, one, how many men actually get raped? We don't have the answer to that.
A lot. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You have to take it in consideration, Cheeky. They say that's one of the biggest issues and problems is that men don't report it. And of course, we're talking more so. Men get violated by more men than crazy, but motherfuckers never report it. Right?
And that's
the point is most men.
That's the biggest part about the women having that data point, is because the narrative is that men are the ones that are violent. And we're not saying that of course you can go, let's throw out the whole unreporting thing, but the fact that you have the per capita or the percentage of women on women because of in their relationships crime will paint you a picture of the true understanding or true nature of women when it comes to being in relationships. Because then you look at the gay men are the ones who are least violent.
Oh. Yeah, the women be taking. Listen, Cardi B said she was gonna drug a nigga and whatever. So women be taking niggas too. All right, women
hold on.
niggas
It was
drunk or
stealing
whatever
from
too.
them. Not
Wait, that's robbing, not raping. There's a difference.
Well, she said she was gonna get them niggas raped. Well, I guess that was a man because she said by a Decepticon. So
you see what I'm
she
saying?
said she was
That's
gonna have them drugged and then Decepticon do it. But she's the initiator of it. If she's a accomplice, motherfucker. Yes, it is.
That is not the same.
If she drugged the nigga and then he get what's the name, she
let
caused
it
it.
go, bro. Come on, bro.
She caused it.
She's not getting charged with rape. She's not getting charged with rape.
Bullshit.
He's going to get charged with rape.
So do you,
Yes.
Mr. Fantastic, do you think
Gotta
that
look
women
that one up, brother. I
equally
don't know
fairly
about that
in this
one.
country?
You could be charged as an accomplice, but not rape.
Bro, just like murder, Tiki, the same thing. Anything sexual assault, if you drug a motherfucker, bro, and you purposely drug that person and they end up getting fucking sexually violated, brother, you are getting that charge.
Either way it goes. Even
ask the lawyer. Ask the lawyer in the motherfucking what's the name. Ask the lawyer in the chat.
Mr. Fantastic, you like being
I don't have to
obtuse like that?
ask.
You gonna do
I
that?
don't have
What
to
do you mean
ask the
obtuse?
lawyer. No, I know we don't have to do this. We don't have to do
You
this.
obtuse.
I don't have to ask the lawyer, and none of that matters because we know at a lower percentage women are doing that. At a higher percentage men are. So it doesn't even matter, right? Let's
the
just
pussy
account
crooks are mostly men. Pussy crooks are mostly men.
Okay,
I ain't
so
arguing.
there's no need in us arguing that. All right. Granted, women do it, but that is besides the point. The point is the reason why these things have to be pointed out on the side of women is because it's happening mostly to women. All right. There's exceptions, and we've already expressed this.
And niggas let it happen.
Especially,
No, stop.
especially
Get
the
off
leaders
me.
of the feminists. Is the leaders of the feminists?
Please don't.
Please don't. Don't.
Look, shut up.
No.
The leader of the feminist movement, men make up 77% of grape in this country. Okay.
Yeah, we're not arguing that.
Real issue for them.
So, but then we get into the point, Sherelle. Do you think it's eat people is crazy?
It's in the Epstein files. I've been reading.
But Sherelle, that's what I'm saying. It's never going to be a world we live in a perfect world where those things are going to stop. Just like murder's not going to stop, SA's not going to stop. You know, unfortunate things like that.
You know what? That's why I said on the slave plantation, you would have been that big nigga keeping the slaves in. You would have been telling us, ain't no freedom. Y'all niggas ain't gonna never be free.
No, I wouldn't. No, that's a different argument, Sherelle. That's a different argument.
World, but we're here to make the world a better place. People need
human
rights.
I understand that.
I'm not mad at the Menimist. I'm
that's only a reactionary thing, though.
Fight. I'm up for everybody's fight to overcome oppression.
But that's only a reactionary thing. It's only a reactionary thing, though. Sherelle, you can only punish a man, unfortunately, after he's violated a woman and not before. Unless you catch him in the act of the process of trying to do it, that is something that you can only stop after the fact. You feel me?
Unless you're an ICE agent, because then you could just do it. No consequences.
That's true too. She's talking about the rape cases within the facility that they're not being charged with. That's a whole different issue. But
the agent did it?
ICE came out and said that they're not responsible for it. So
yeah, so it was some wild shit going on. But
so not an ICE agent, but a person that they detained took advantage of another person.
No, the
ICE agent took advantage. Yeah, the ICE agent took advantage of one of the people they had detained, and then ICE itself came out and said, "We ain't got nothing to do with that nigga, even though he worked for us."
Yeah,
we did it.
Yeah, exactly. They don't. That's the same thing in the military. Cheeky shit. That's an individual charge. That's not on them.
Wait. But you would also get repercussions and consequences from the military.
Yeah, he has to. Y'all saying he not getting punished? He not getting prosecuted?
None of that.
And
bro.
That's crazy. He don't lose his
that's
job
crazy.
because it's not a jail, so they don't have that. It's not there.
I don't agree with that at all. I gotta look up that.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's wild. It's like, bro, that's weird.
Yeah, that's beyond. That's out of pocket. Hell no.
But no, I think generally speaking,
a badge to take pussy is crazy.
Yeah. I think we may agree, right, that we all have rights on paper. No one's disagreed there, but we all can agree like the lawyer guy was saying, the enforcement or the practice of it is the thing that most people are fighting for, not necessarily the right itself. Most of the time, especially when it comes to feminists, it's not necessarily fighting for the right more than it is for the social standing, and that's my takeaway from the conversation and what I've noticed, just paying attention to how these things go. They're still having conversations about sexual expectations from women, right? It shouldn't be the same because that's still societally a double standard. But that's my final thoughts. I'm a dip. Yeah, I had fun. It was cool. Shout out to y'all.
Bye. Thank you for coming. Always a pleasure.
Devin, what's up, bro? What's on you? What's on you, brother? Final thoughts.
I think I kind of cleared it up with my last little back and forth that created a little excitement with Sherelle. But no, I think at the end of the day, I think we don't have all the same rights. Just inherently, I feel there's when you make specific laws for specific people, not everybody's going to have those rights. And then eventually, when you meet that threshold of what you believe is even, people will then use those said rights to their advantage and not for the good of society. That's my final thought.
All right, cool. I'll go. As for the Menimist, shout out to Sherelle for the term. Hopefully, we don't go on TikTok and see that she stole somebody else's IP.
I got my own
Okay.
intellectual property.
We gonna see. But nah, like I said, man, at the end of the day,
and I'm about to go trademark my shit. So don't go over there by your channel saying my shit.
Yeah, I won't. I give credit. I give credit in bibliographies whenever it's somebody else's shit. Everybody know this. But nah, the whole thing, man. Listen, men aren't out here trying to separate from women and trying to steal kids and trying to protect pussy crooks.
Y'all are the biggest kidnappers. I want y'all to know that. Y'all like literally steal kids. Y'all like pick kids up at parks and run off with them.
Lord Jesus.
I'm just letting you know. Don't say y'all not trying to steal kids.
Men catch those men. Men catch those men. Men accost those men. Men make those men pay for being dangerous to women and children. At the end of the day, man, you know, feminists, they're misandrous. And the same people they hate is the same people they motherfucking, you know, lay down with at night and do all kinds of other things.
And there's a portion of Menimists who are misogynists.
Did Devin go yet?
The women they hate.
Yeah. Final thoughts. He got it's on Sherelle. Final thoughts.
Okay. Do my sound. Go ahead. Go press the buttons.
I gotta go.
Thank you. Okay. So what I wanted to say is Black people are discriminated against, not just Black men, Black women. So being a double minority, I understand being a part of a oppressed group. And I am for the rights of people fighting against oppression, right? So I'm with the Menimists, I'm with the feminists. I support everybody. You know what I'm saying? So that is my applause. So I've coined what y'all be doing. Y'all just men trying to fight for y'all rights and you know, stand up for y'all. Y'all just doing the same shit the women was doing. And it's gonna be pushback. It's gonna be pushback. It's gonna be, you know, people hating on you, but you gotta keep fighting. You gotta keep on fighting. Even when people don't understand your fight. That's all you got to do is understand your fight and keep on fighting. I'm done. What you eating?
This hydration gum.
I thought you can't chew gum on here. I just said don't chew gum on stream.
I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm trying to get ready. Shem, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. All this shit we talking about ain't gonna work unless we get in line, man. If you don't get it, you won't get it.
I like that shit, bro.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. See y'all tonight for the women's POV. Be safe and do the right thing, man.
I want to say something ignorant right now. I know that the men are worse than the women because they're gonna kill majority of the men. That's why it's gonna be 7 women to 1 man. So I know that y'all worse than us because the Bible says so.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out. This is a good show. Funny.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ HAMP about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, there's a jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, bro, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ HAMP, it's time to start the show. Salute to